Chapter 797. Chapter 797. Teaching someone a thing or two. Chapter 797. Teaching someone a thing or two. Countless eyes were frozen right there, looking at the figure dressed in white as Futian was done with his words. I, as the Palace Lord, would be happy to teach you a thing or two. Palace Lord Futian of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, referring to himself as Palace Lord, for the first time, said to teach a thing or two to Zhouya, in a holier-than-thou tone. What he meant there was, since you begged me, I will oblige. It seemed as if those words were spoken by an elder to their juniors. The pride and attitude were very obvious. However, the fact was that he had probably been a sage not long ago, and Zhouya was considered his peer. Zhouya's powers were probably no weaker than his. As for status, Zhouya was a prince of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty, and a figure known to be the successor of the sacred king. If they were to speak in terms of the status of sacred grounds, Futian would have easily been higher, given that he was a palace lord of a sacred ground. But then again, he was still a palace lord of a sacred ground of the Barren State, which had fallen onto hard times, while the Great Zhou sacred dynasty was in full flourish. As such, Zhouya's status was not actually lower than that of Futian. Furthermore, the chess saint had chosen Lu Zong over him, which served as a further testament of that fact. However, Futian had actually answered Zhouya's intentions. You asked to be taught a thing or two. I then, as the palace lord of a sacred ground, will teach you a thing or two. Everyone had gotten excited at the turn of events. The Barren State had been too dazzling in this year's 9-state forum. Yusheng was crowned the champion, and everyone grew interested in how capable Futian was. At that moment he finally stopped concealing his pride and walked out. They would be able to see how capable the young leader of the Barren State was and how he fared compared to Yusheng. Even the saints of the Eastern State turned their eyes to the confrontation, showing immense interest. Boundless golden light shimmered on Zhouya, which shrouded the sky of the forum stage. A regal huge golden phoenix appeared. As it flapped its wings, countless shadows of the phoenix seemed to streak through the air, heading for Futian with a destruction aura. It would be an honor to learn from you, Palace Lord Yi, Zhouya said, whose voice sounded regal yet cold. He had never anticipated Futian to retort in such a forceful manner. He grew eager to see how Futian would be able to teach him anything. You're welcome, Futian answered coldly. A tremendously dazzling screen of stars lit up around him, blocking all of the phoenix shadows coming at him, making them incapable of touching his body at all. Both men began trading blows while they were still chatting. Countless held their breaths as they stared at Zhouya. As the huge golden phoenix behind him continued to flap its wings, more and more golden phoenixes appeared in the air and took tangible forms. The golden phoenixes turned into terrifying storms, dancing about as they soared the skies. The golden wings were incredibly sharp as they went about cutting the space before them. The scene was a brilliant one. It was as if the phoenixes had descended upon their realm. Zhouya is going at it for real. Many people's minds shook violently at the brilliant lights dancing about in the air. Zhouya had only broken into the sage plane a little more than a year ago. His plane was already incredibly stable and his development of rules had matured. He was able to manipulate his surroundings with his will alone. Zhouya had once been known the most powerful noble in all of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. While he had not been a sage for long, he had already been lauded highly as the successor of the sacred king. His talents reigned supreme in all of the sacred dynasty. Futian was at the same plane as him, which was why Zhouya wanted to spar with Futian. However, it remained to be seen who, at the same plane as Zhouya, would be capable enough to teach that unparalleled genius of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty anything. One phoenix after another, having taken tangible forms, rushed and rammed hard at Futian's starry defenses. The screen of light shook and dazzling starlight coursed on it as if it would have cracked and shattered at any given moment, but it stayed intact and incredibly stable. Some defenses indeed. Many praised, but it was not a surprise at all. As a leader of the Holy Ji Palace and there being so many uncanny geniuses in the Barren State, how could he, Futian, be a weakling? Zhouya remained unfazed. The vast forum stage became incredibly wild and unruly. Many golden phoenixes danced about in the sky and coalesced behind Zhouya. A terrifying storm whipped up soon enough. An even greater golden phoenix appeared, with Zhou Ye's body at the center, melding into one single being with him. The demonic-looking eyes of the bird shot golden lightning. They looked identical to Zhou Ye's eyes. The great wings shone brilliantly as they flapped, and the golden light emanated seemed to be able to cut the space around them apart. Boom! The huge, golden phoenix wings trembled, and storms of even greater magnitude manifested. Lethal golden colors shot about in the air, and the huge phoenix dived with its wings cutting down, tearing the space around them. Everyone turned their eyes to the sky above the forum stage and saw beams of golden light shooting down, cutting the air into pieces as they landed around Futian. The hearts of many leaped. What a terrifying attack! Futian was caught in the center of the storm at the moment as if it was only a matter of time before he was torn to pieces. Futian lifted his head and pierced the phoenix's shadow with his eyes. He looked straight at the eyes of the phoenix itself, which had an oppressively overbearing aura as well as coldness. Those eyes that he looked at were Zhou Ye's own. At the moment, a formless power covered every corner of the forum stage. The unruly storm seemed to have turned sluggish with the incredibly huge phoenix shadow striking down at him. The space around them seemed to have been frozen solid by that formless power. Space freezing. A line was uttered from Futian's mouth. The terrifying golden phoenixes around him all froze and ceased moving as he said the line. It was as if everything had stopped in an instant, giving birth to a brilliant, picturesque scene hanging in the air. However, the incredibly huge phoenix shadow continued to come down at Futian, as if the bird intended to tear apart the power of rules that froze the space. It stayed on its set course unflinchingly. That was the battle of rules. Space rules were not invincible. However, the speed at which Zhou Ye's phoenix was flying down had been severely reduced. Power of rules of space. The eyes of the people of the other states all sparkled. Futian also developed space rules but different from Yaya's. Yaya wielded space manipulation while Futian developed space freezing, both of which were branches of space rules. Countless eyes stared at the battlefield. Everyone saw Futian step forward at the very next moment, turning into a bolt of starlight, streaking through the space, shining incredibly brilliant light on the field, zipping about the frozen golden phoenixes in the air, ultimately arriving right before Zhou Ye. Futian attacked Zhou Ye right away with a single attack, which was so difficult to trace that many were unable to see it as more than a punch. The attack launched like a meteor as it landed in the shadow of the great phoenix's shadow. Boom! A muffled rumble was heard, and many saw the great golden phoenix being thrown backward by the attack, streaking in the air like a beam of golden light as it crashed at the edge of the forum stage. Such power, the hearts of many seemed ready to leap out of their chests. Imbued with the rules of stars, the eyes of the great figures of all 9 states glittered. Futian's punch might have looked simple, but rules of stars were imbued within that single attack, making it packed with the force of a star. The phoenix might have been huge, but it was unable to withstand such an attack and was thrown backward all the same. One attack was all it took to send Zhou Ye flying. Many people's hearts continued to pump hard at the silent scene. Many continued to stare at the figure clad in white in the air. So powerful. The great Zhou Sacred King's eyes glittered as he glared at Futian. Futian was seen standing in the air quietly, looking Zhou Ye, who had taken to the air again. He said, "Flashy moves without substance are mostly useless techniques. Those moves will do you no good in battle. It is best that you keep the use of such moves to a minimum in the future." Wah! Everyone turned speechless. Futian is actually teaching Zhou Ye without reservation. Zhou Ye became clad in his golden phoenix form, obscuring his face, but it was assumed to look incredibly frustrated. That much was seen from his incredibly sharp eyes. Both of them were of the same plane, and Futian's words sounded like an insult to him. "Since when do I need teachings from you, Futian?" A loud phoenix cry was heard as Zhou Ye's golden phoenix form flew straight up, basked in golden divine fire, looking incredibly dazzling. It dove soon after, and boundless golden divine fire shot below, sending terrifying storms out to tear everything apart with earth-shaking force as if nothing was to stand intact before it. Futian remained standing where he was, calmly, staring at the silhouette shooting down from the sky at him. The air was filled with lightning bolts all of a sudden as countless flashes of lightning sparkled. In the very next moment, one bolt of thick lightning vines after another appeared in the air, lashing out at Zhouya. Zhouya was shooting down at breakneck speed. But the space-freezing rules were once again used and his speed could not resist turning sluggish once again. The lightning bolts in the air flashed and purple-golden lightning vines reached the huge golden phoenix's body in an instant, coiling around its body as if a divine tree had appeared in the air. It was the countless vines from that divine tree that had shackled Zhouya's body. At the same time, terrifyingly destructive powers rushed into the phoenix's body, making the huge phoenix shake violently, letting out brutal cries. Futian extended his hand and a huge purple-golden whip appeared in the air, whipping at the phoenix's head. Crack! The whip lashed out like a thunder god's whip. The head of the golden bird blew up, and the huge phoenix shuddered all over, signifying its spiritual will being subjected to ferocious attacks. Attacks are too one-dimensional and powers too weak. Futian continued standing there and teaching his opponent. Extremely cold killing intent was seen in Zhouya's eyes. The golden phoenix's body seemed to have burned as it turned even more dazzling, as if a boundlessly enormous shadow of the phoenix burst forth, shattering the purple-golden vines shackling Zhouya. The spectators from all over the 9 states continued to shudder at the scene. He was able to shackle Zhouya using just vines. But was that because Zhouya is really weak? Everyone was able to sense right there that there was yet another unparalleled genius who stood before them. The young palace lord of a sacred ground of the barren state might have proven more exceptional than they had imagined. Yushang, Wuchen, Su Ke, and all the others were students of the barren state, while Futian was the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. Everyone lauded him to be the palace lord without exception and without objection. Even when the other sacred grounds from other states wanted to rob them of their students, Yushang and Su Ke refused outright and remained where they were. Even someone as powerful as Zhouya, who was widely known to be the successor of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, was unable to fight back at all before Futian. The fight was more like a slaughter than a spar. The phoenix that Zhouya had taken the form of completely incinerated at that very moment. Golden divine fire shot from Zhouya's eyes, targeting Futian's eyes. The sky around them burned, and shadows of phoenixes continued to appear as they streaked through the sky in a dazzling manner. The golden phoenix tactics of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Zhouya is truly bringing his all in this fight, giving everything just to crush Futian. The hearts of many shuddered violently. The scene before them was simply too dazzling. The golden phoenix's shadow shot through the air and headed straight for Futian. The divine fire shot from his eyes and landed straight into Futian's. Zhouya was unable to stand such a humiliating battle. He was a prince of the scared dynasty, lauded as the successor of the sacred dynasty. It was not a humiliating defeat that someone like him deemed acceptable. It would be a stain in the history of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Futian looked up at Zhouya. His eyes turned incredibly demonic as they clashed with Zhouya's. Futian's eyes were like a dark, bottomless whirlpool, swallowing all of the divine fire shot out from the prince's eyes. At the very next moment, Zhouya felt as if he had been caught in an eye sorcery world. He saw incredibly terrifying spiritual storms whipping up right before him. Futian's silhouette appeared within that eye sorcery world. Terrifying purple-golden lightning lashed out directly at his spiritual will. The huge phoenix suddenly was clad in fearsome lightning glare. The fearsome power that Zhouya was clad in was shed bit by bit as his body trembled. You have not been a sage for long and your mind is not in the right place. You have decent talent but you lack mature temperament. You think too highly of yourself, yet your powers do not match that of your pride. You need to train harder, Futian said plainly, and his voice was heard all over the place. Futian's body was nowhere to be found as soon as he finished. He appeared right before the phoenix's shadow and launched a finger at the head of the phoenix, piercing right through it to attack Zhouya, who was inside. Zhouya felt as if his brain was to explode. He let out a horrifying shriek, and boundless golden light burst out. Flames danced in the air, and the bird's wings flapped. His body reappeared again and fell downward. Zhouya fell onto the ground with his hands cradling his head, feeling his head about to split, looking incredibly pathetic. Enough! A cold shout was heard. The great sacred king's voice penetrated into Zhouya's brain, and only then did Zhouya calm down. His face was completely ashen and his brow was covered in sweat. Zhouya clenched his fist as he looked up at Yi Futian, who was still in the air with incredibly cold eyes. None of the pride and bearing befitting that of a genius remained to be seen in him. Many felt sympathy looking at Zhouya at the moment. Their eyes looked different as they turned to look at Yi Futian again. The young palace lord of the barren state is just too terrifying. The battle that day would be etched in Zhouya's memory for the rest of his days. Could even be said to be Zhouya's nightmare. Please steady your mind and heart more in the future. And beware of getting too worked up and thinking too highly of yourself. Yi Futian spared Zhouya a plain glance but did not sympathize with his opponent. There were people who he deemed not worthy of sympathy. He looked up at the Zhou sacred king and bowed. I have overstepped my authority to teach Zhouya a thing or two. For that, I beg for your forgiveness, sacred king. He returned to his corner right afterward, flailing his robe. He sat down looking tremendously impressive. Chapter 798. Chapter 798. The Village. Chapter 798. The village. The eyes of all those from the 9 states were directed at Yi Futian, the young leader of the barren state. At this moment everyone truly felt as if he was also the palace lord of the sacred land. Although he was still young, the spirit Yi Futian exuded was already that of a head saint. Zhouya's provocation of Yi Futian was thought of as a potentially exhilarating showdown. However, against expectations, it turned out to be no more than a lesson akin to an experienced elder giving guidance to a young underling. Strong as he was, Zhouya could offer no resistance at all. Humble, unassuming, polite but arrogant at this moment. Which attitude was that of the real Yi Futian? It was unexpected that his martial arts would be so powerful. The chess saint's 9th disciple praised from the direction of the eastern state. He only knew that at the chess saint's villa, Yi Futian displayed extraordinary comprehension and cultivated diligently. However, on this day, he saw the other side of Yi Futian, an authoritative master and palace lord of the sacred land. Although still somewhat inexperienced, he had a bright future. The many disciples of the chess saint showed a touch of surprise. Yang Xiao even cast Li Kaishan a sideways glance. He did not know how accurate the master's choice was, but he did know that were it not for the slight bias of second brother Li Kaishan, Lu Zong might not have beaten the chess game that day. Had Lu Zong proven unable to solve the game, the master would have chosen Yi Futian. Still, none of that mattered anymore. Right now, it was more important to look ahead and free the master from his prison. He is indeed strong. I was not amiss in my judgment. Lu Zong smiled. It was a pity that he hadn't been able to recruit Yi Futian, who could have been an asset of considerable strength in the future. The barren state had garnered all the attention this day. Now, all those who had spoken before fell silent. This battle had proven the strength of Yi Futian. Yi Futian sat and surveyed those around him before saying, "Many who came today are the geniuses and prodigies of the 9 states. I dare not instruct those of higher planes, but if those in planes near my own desire my feedback, I shall do my best to please." Everyone looked at him curiously. Zhouya was a warning. Even though many from the 9 states did not consider themselves to be weaker than Zhouya, Yi Futian had not simply defeated Zhouya, he had totally crushed him. For Zhouya, it was a humiliating fight, and under such circumstances who would be insane enough to ask for it? Would someone still like to try? Questioned Saint Xihua from the direction of the eastern state as he looked out across the crowd. However, those who were curious and doubtful remained silent. Even members from the Hall of Holy Light were quiet. If the fight took place on the same plane, even the rule of light might be subdued by the power of space freezing rules coupled with the many other rule powers exhibited by Yi Futian in that battle. Defeating him in this plane would be difficult. When no one answered, the Sky Saint looked in the direction of Yi Futian and smiled. It seems the youngest lord of the Holy Land in the history of 9 states has shocked all the geniuses of the 9 states with a single battle. For someone who just entered the sage plane and who uses rules so skillfully, the multi-rule ability itself is an extraordinarily powerful ability. It seemed that it was just a matter of time before the barren state rose in power. The Sky Saint was a figure of the Saint Plane, but he was also a gentle and relaxed soul who had not established any sects in the Holy Land. Instead, he was willing to assist gifted youths in their growth and watch them become additions to the 9 states. Thank you, revered Sky Saint. I shall endeavor to do my best and hope that one day the barren state will yield saints, so that we no longer bear the name of Holy Land in vain. Yi Futian bowed his head to Sky Saint. Is your goal so low? Sky Saint smiled at Yi Futian as if he could see through him. Judging from the strength of the barren state's representatives, the emergence of strong cultivators from the Saint Plain was very likely. I dare not set the bar too high. This is the immediate goal for the barren state, Yi Futian replied. Well, I also practice the way of space rules. If there's an opportunity, you can always ask me for advice. The Sky Saint nodded to Yi Futian. Even if he had a mind to take Yi Futian on as a disciple, Yu Shang and Su Ke had both refused to become the disciples of saints, and as the palace lord of a holy land, Yi Futian would be even more unsuitable. But he did not mind if there was ever an opportunity to counsel Yi Futian. Perhaps he could witness the birth of a legend. I will remember that. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. Those of the 9 states who witnessed this scene knew that the Sky Saint was partial to Yi Futian, and were becoming impressed as a result. In the direction of the Jisheng Cliffs, Kong Yao had a strained look. In the past, the Jisheng Cliffs had never even considered the barren state as an equal. Yet the entrance of Jisheng Palace from the barren state in the 9 States Forum was so dazzling under the leadership of Yi Futian that he felt threatened. Saint Shihua smiled. He looked at everyone present and said, well, this time at the 9 States Forum the barren state has passed. With so many young and intelligent palace lords, it seems that there is something worthy of hope. In this session of the 9 States Forum there were astonishments and surprises, but moreover there was passion just as there was during my youth. The forum has now concluded fortuitously. Everyone from the holy lands of the 9 states is welcome to stay a while at the Shihua Sacred Mountain if they so wish. No need. It's over now and we should return home. The elder of the Xia clan smiled and replied. The great Zhou Sacred Dynasty has other duties to attend to. So we are unable to dally, said Great Zhou Sacred King. This time at the 9 States Forum, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty suffered the most severe losses. Zhou Zi was swept out in the first battle, and in the battle after the 9 States Forum's conclusion, Zhou Ye had been crushed. As the Sacred King of the Great Zhou Dynasty, he felt disgraced and was naturally unwilling to stay. Just as well, I will not keep you any longer. But those who are willing to stay with us will be hosted by the Shihua Sacred Mountain, Saint Shihua repeated with a smile. Everyone from the 9 states got up at once and prepared to leave. In the grandstands, everyone from the eastern state also felt sadness. Was it finally over? The 9 States Forum had left a deep impression this time. Farewell, the Sacred King of the Great Zhou Dynasty said lightly, looking at the glass saint. Shall we? Since the Sacred King is occupied, he should feel free to take his leave. The glass saint shook her head gently. She knew that the Sacred King of the Great Zhou Dynasty had always been interested in her. But it was obviously an impossibility. Well, I will visit you at the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple when I can. The Sacred King of the Great Zhou Dynasty waved and stepped into the void, followed by a dazzling army of golden phoenixes, with Zhou Zichao, Zhou Yu, Zhou Ye and the others close behind. They hung their heads and glanced in the direction of the barren state, still looking a little apathetic. Many cultivators of the Holy Lands in the 9 states had risen to say their goodbyes, and each cultivator took to the sky in a spectacular scene. Just then Lu Zong looked out at the crowd and his gaze fell on Yaya. He walked over to Saint Shihua and whispered something. Saint Shihua's eyes suddenly flashed with resplendent light, and he also turned his gaze towards Yaya. By now, Yaya had returned to the side of the old village chief, who was squeezing through the crowd toward the barren state. Yi Futian had already stood up and saw the old village chief appear in front of them, his eyes traveling between Yi Futian and Yu Shang. He took the opportunity to come to the 9 States Forum to find someone who could defeat Yaya, and Yu Shang had been able to achieve that. Therefore, the one he wanted to see would naturally be Yu Shang. But after Yu Shang's fight, he'd seen Yi Futian's abilities. Even though the young palace lord did not use the entirety of his power, he had displayed his extraordinary talent to all. So Yu Shang or Yi Futian? At the old village chief's side, Yaya glared at Yu Shang. It seemed that she was still sore over her loss to him. Yu Shang returned her stare and said, "What? You'd better be careful." She fixed her stare on Yu Shang. Yu Shang was speechless. This girl was a moron. Yi Futian was also somewhat stunned. Did this girl still want to retaliate? What are you looking at? She turned around and stared at Yi Futian instead, pouting. Yi Futian blinked, then smiled and walked up with his hand extended. Yaya looked up at his hand, which was placed well above her head. She glowered madly, bright flashes like a sharpened sword appearing as her entire being was surrounded by a trace of sword will. An invisible force shrouded Yaya, and Yi Futian's hand slowly came down until he rested it on top of her little head and gave it a rub. Smiling, he said, "Where does this little girl get her hot temper?" Yaya's stare turned stiff and she blinked while regarding Yi Futian. "What are you looking at? Something to say?" Yi Futian knocked on Yaya's head. Her jaw tightened in response, and her body emitted traces of strong and powerful energy. "Yaya, don't mess around," the old village chief said. Finally, Yaya reined in her energy but continued to glower maliciously at Yi Futian. She lifted up her small fist and snarled, "This guy, how dare he rub my head? And then knock on it? Outrageous." Yi Futian smiled and looked at the old village chief, asking, "Is there anything I can be of service for?" "Yes." The old village chief nodded. "I would like to invite you all to our village as guests. Since Yu Shang and Yi Futian were together, they'd be invited together." "Village?" Yi Futian looked surprised. "Where?" "You will know when you get there," the old village chief continued. Yi Futian's countenance appeared slightly strange. From Yaya, he could deduce that the old village chief would not be a straightforward character, and similarly, their village would not be so simple either. "We would be willing to visit. Would the honorable elder care to lead us?" A voice piped up. The old village chief and Yi Futian both turned their attention to the speaker, and saw Lu Zong walking towards them. Seeing this scene play out before them, those who had not left the forum yet were all watching intently. This was Lu Zong, one cultivated by the three saints and the most talented of all at Xihua Sacred Mountain. He actually wanted to visit the village that Yaya came from. Could it be that there was more to the situation than meets the eye? Lu Zong smiled and nodded at Yi Futian before continuing to look at the old village chief. "Why do you want to go to the village?" the old village chief asked. "Once an elder of ours embarked on a trip there but encountered some troubles. Could the honorable village chief be willing to render aid?" Lu Zong said again. "Going where one should not have, this I cannot help." The old village chief sharpened his eyes and glanced at Lu Zong. Since the honorable village chief is the head of the tomb village, naturally he would be able to help. Lu Zong acted unfazed, replying with a smile. Chapter 799. The old man's eyes suddenly became sharp as he stared at Lu Zong, but they quickly turned calm again as he remarked nonchalantly, "You are the one they call Lu Zong." The old man's eyes suddenly became sharp as he stared at Lu Zong, but they quickly turned calm again as he remarked nonchalantly, "You are the one they call Lu Zong." "Yours truly," Lu Zong nodded. Behind him, the 9 disciples of the chess saint fixed their attention upon the old man. The 2 people who ever cracked the celestial dragon chess game at Chess Saint Villa were Yu and Yi Futian. The old village chief cast a glance at Yi Futian again, looking amused. What a coincidence! Likewise, Yi Futian showed a look of surprise. The old village chief appeared to be a hermit. Even the saints did not know where he came from and what village this was. But how did Lu Zong know about it? Moreover, the old village chief knew of Lu Zong and knew of him. Could there be a connection with Chess Saint Villa? Yes. Lu Zong nodded. Chess Saint chose you as his successor and not him. The old village chief smiled. That being the case, if you want to save Chess Saint, you ought to go by yourself. I am an old man and cannot really help. Lu Zong looked at the old man, as well as the people around him. Some did not understand the meaning of the dialogues between them. Save the Chess Saint? Wasn't it rumored that because Chess Saint planned to sit for peaceful death, Lu Zong was chosen as the successor? What exactly was going on? The 9 disciples of the Chess Saint were now following Lu Zong. What was the secret behind it? And where was Tomb Village? They had never heard of this village. Tomb Village is isolated from the outside world. Even its existence is unknown. However, these many years, Tomb Village has always existed outside the forbidden land of the Nether Sword Mound. Chess Saint went to the forbidden land of the Nether Sword Mound and was trapped. How would Lu Zong save Chess Saint? Surely you jest, sir. Just then, Saint Xihua himself stepped forward and addressed the old village chief. As his voice fell, the hearts of the crowd around him trembled, and all eyes were now on the old man. Nether Sword Mound. Could this old man and Yaya be from outside of Nether Sword Mound? The Nether Sword was known as the premier restricted area in the eastern state. There were countless swords that were hidden within the mound, along with countless bones. For many years, many had ventured to the Nether Sword Mound, but none had returned, losing their lives in the process, hence its notoriety. Gradually, this forbidden land was slowly forgotten and no one dared to approach. It was subsequently rarely mentioned. There were also many rumors about the Nether Sword Mound. Some said that within the Nether Sword Mound, a matchless ferocious sword was gestating within, slaughtering all who dared to invade. Some said that there were supreme beings practicing within the mound, murdering many. Some even said that the Nether Sword Mound had buried an extraordinary strongman. But these rumors could not be confirmed nor denied. Perhaps only those who are of the Holy Land would know the truth. Could it be that Tomb Village was tasked to guard the Nether Sword Mound? Rumor had it that the Nether Sword Mound was a place of nothingness, extremely difficult to reach. No one had ever thought that those who guarded the Forbidden Land at Tomb Village would come here. Yi Futian also showed a look astonishment. He had known about all the holy lands of the 9 states but had never heard of the Tomb Village or the Nether Sword Mound. But if this place would even cause Saint Xihua to pay attention, then clearly it was not ordinary. The old village chief looked at Saint Xihua and said, "That is his own business." He then looked at let's go. Yes. Yaya nodded and once again gave Yi Futian and Yusheng a dirty look. The old village chief also turned to look at Yusheng and said, "It was an extraordinary feat to defeat Yaya. You are welcome to come to my village as guests when you have time." As soon as he finished, the two figures turned into 2 swords, broke through the air, and disappeared instantly. At the same time, a voice secretly transmitted into Yi Futian's ear, which made Yi Futian reveal a look of shock. Saint Xihua looked at the disappearing shadows of the swords, and his countenance was uncertain. He did not expect that a seemingly worthless tomb village outside the Forbidden Land would turn out to be not so simple. There would be troubles again in the 9 states, and those who had left would hear about it soon enough. Of course, there was a purpose for him to deliberately point out the origin of the other party. After all, this was the Nether Sword Mound that trapped even the chess saint. Xihua's sacred mountain did not have so many strong cultivators to sacrifice in vain. Naturally, it would be better to have others along to investigate. News about the Nether Sword Mound was enough to alarm the holy lands of 9 states. Lu Zong, as the successor of Chess Saint, knew a bit more than the others, which was an advantage for Xihua's sacred mountain. "I shall bid my farewell as well." Yi Futian put his hands together in respect for Saint Xihua. Saint Xihua looked at Yi Futian, smiled and nodded. This time at the 9-state forum, Baron State had the most dazzling performance, and I look forward to your future. If you ever want to cultivate in the Holy Land, Xihua's sacred mountain welcomes you anytime. Thank you, Saint, I will remember that. Yi Futian bowed slightly and then turned away with the rest of the delegates from the Baron State. After Yi Futian left, Lu Zong stared at his disappearing figure and said, "Master, according to the information Chess Saint passed on to me, and in addition to the fact that the people from Tomb Village have been out and about, perhaps they are looking for successors." A flash flitted across the eyes of Saint Xihua. Even though the old village chief deliberately evaded him, the fact that they had sought out Yi Futian and Yusheng prior to that was enough for him to connect the dots. Especially since Yusheng had taken first place at this year's 9-state forum. And in the battle pursuant of the 9 states forum, Yi Futian had also exhibited exceptional brilliance. Thus, Lu Zong's comment was enough to infer a lot of information. "Send the word," Saint Xihua said lightly, then turned to leave. The curtain had drawn on the 9-state forum, and when the news came out, all of Futian City was shaken. No one ever thought that the Baron State, which had not participated in 9-state forum for many years, would turn out to be the Black Horse, showing the most dazzling light on the stage. Perhaps this was what they meant by heroes came from all places. As for the news of the Nether Sword Mound in the Tomb Village, the response in Futian City was not as strong. After all, because of the distance to places such as the Forbidden Land of the Nether Sword Mound was far from them, Their knowledge of it was limited. Just after everyone had left Shihua's sacred mountain, a carriage of phoenix descended from the sky in the area above Shihua's sacred mountain. It rained down brilliant rays of incomparable glory, heading directly to the center of the mountain. The one upon the carriage was Great Zhou's sacred king, who had actually left and came back. Great Zhou's sacred king stepped down from the carriage. Behind him, the strongest of the Golden Phoenix Legion, Zhou Ye and other descendants followed. Is there something I can be of service for the saint to call on me? Great Zhou's sacred king landed on the ground, where Saint Shihua, Rain Saint and Lu Zong were. Happy news. Please sit down, sacred king, Saint Shihua said with a smile as he walked over to a seat, a chessboard in front of him. He made a gesture to Great Zhou's sacred king. Great Zhou's sacred king walked over and sat down. He looked at the chessboard and said, "What kind of happy news would strike such fancy in the saint today? I assume the name of Nether Swordsman is one that is known by the sacred king?" Saint Shihua placed a pawn on the chessboard and smiled. "The champion sword of 9 states," Great Zhou's sacred king replied solemnly as he placed a piece on the board. That was a legendary figure. Just knowing a few of his deeds was enough to make one's blood boil. Even the Great Zhou sacred king was full of admiration for this forebear. Indeed, a legend who in the lore slew saints with one sword, and invincible in the holy war, and was named the champion sword of 9 states by Emperor Xia himself. One who once upon a time could stand next to Emperor Xia. Saint Shihua looked intense. That legendary figure of 9 states was probably approaching the level of an emperor in status. The ancient annals of the Great Zhou dynasty recorded that the Nether Swordsman created the Nether Sword Matrix as the premier matrix of 9 states, and it was said that it was an emperor slayer. Great Zhou's sacred king looked at the chessboard and dropped a piece. When he looked up again, his eyes suddenly became extremely acute. He focused on Saint Shihua. Such a legendary figure, how did he die? And why did he create the Nether Sword Mound and chose to be buried within? At our level, we should know that cultivation is the appropriation of the spirit of the world. Even the Saint Plane still has too many unknowns, so who truly knows? Saint Shihua seemed to want to avoid the subject, so he smiled and answered aimlessly. Great Zhou's sacred king gazed at him with sharpened intensity. You haven't said what the happy news is? Where is Chess Saint? You sacred king should know. Yes. The Nether Sword Mound. Great Zhou's sacred king lowered his head and placed another piece. Chess Saint was fascinated by chess and incorporating the matrix of the world within it, so he could not possibly pass the opportunity to take on this premier nether matrix of 9 states. Chess Saint is trapped at Nether Sword Mound, but at the Chess Villa, they were conducting the selection of its successor. You know very well what that means. Now Lu Zong knows something. Saint Shihua glanced at Lu Zong who stood behind him. Presently, even those from Tomb Village are out and about. Isn't it clear to you what this all means? It's been many years. Is it true that the Nether Swords Mound still contains the secret inheritance of the Nether Swordsman? Even if it were true, how much of it is still there now? Asked the Great Zhou sacred king. The people in Tomb Village should be the most knowledgeable, Saint Shihua said. I think that old village chief seems intent on recruiting the top talents. They invited the people from the barren state for a visit. Great Zhou's sacred king looked at Saint Shihua. He disliked the people of the barren state and certainly did not hope that the people of barren state would be the ones inheriting the champion sword of the 9 states. The people of 9 states should hear the news eventually. The Nether Sword Mound will not have peace for long. Among the land of 9 states, the barren state is the weakest, followed by U state and ocean state. Our eastern state, though not the weakest, is only below average. On top there are Summer State, Chi State, War State and Cloud State who are all stronger than us. Therefore, if the Nether Sword Mound truly still contains the inheritance of the champion sword of 9 states, I hope that the one who receives it will be from our eastern state. Great Zhou sacred king looked up at Lu Zong and sarcastically said, the saint has already chosen a candidate. Lu Zong is a talented genius, the most naturally talented of the younger generation of Shihua Sacred Mountain. He is more outstanding than the sacred king could imagine. Saint Shihua said with a smile, does the Great Zhou dynasty care to consider Lu Zong as consort? Next to them, Zhou Zi suddenly lifted her head and looked in the direction of Lu Zong, and her heart slightly throbbed. One sit for peaceful death is a Buddhist way of passing reserved for high-ranking monks who had obtained great understanding. Prior to their passing, they would normally fast for a long while and then, while still alive, be sealed into a large urn for a number of days or months before their disciples would open the urn again. The monks would be already mummified and oftentimes yielded relics in the form of beads as an indication that they have indeed obtained nirvana. Chapter 800. Although the influence of the Nether Sword Mound in Eastern State was far less than that of the Nine-State Forum, the rumors regarding the Nether Sword Mound increased as time went by. Moreover, there were even whispers that the chess saint did not sit for a peaceful death, but was imprisoned in the forbidden land of Nether Sword Mound instead. Although the influence of the Nether Sword Mound in Eastern State was far less than that of the Nine-State Forum, the rumors regarding the Nether Sword Mound increased as time went by. Moreover, there were even whispers that the chess saint did not sit for a peaceful death, but was imprisoned in the forbidden land of Nether Sword Mound instead. There were even claims that the Nether Sword Mound was the where the Nether Swordsman, who was named by the Lord of Nine States, the Xia Emperor, as the champion sword, buried his sword. Presently there was once again excitement in the air. At the end of the Divine Prefecture calendar year 10011, the area bordering the 4 states of Eastern State, Summer State, Qi State, and Feng State was a vast and abandoned area, mountainous and rarely inhabited. Because the borderland of these 4 states was ungoverned, the cultivators from this area would unlikely be strong, but occasionally, there would be hermits and recluses who were exceptions. The area close to the borders of the Eastern State was surrounded by mountains, and nested within was a quiet and otherworldly village. This was the Tomb Village that was little known to the outside world. Tomb Village was isolated, and there were hardly any interactions between the village and the outside world. Even those who cultivated in the Holy Lands had hardly ever heard of it, much less ordinary civilians. In the vast and boundless Nine States area, place such as Tomb Village was like a speck of dust, unnoticed by anyone. More recently, this isolated village had been visited more often. Since nothing of consequence ever happened, they seemed to be merely passing by. At this moment outside the village a procession came from the sky. The leader was a young man in white, extraordinarily handsome. It was Yi Futian and his companions from Futian City. After leaving Shihua Sacred Mountain that day, the old man left a map for him to let him choose whether or not to come to the village after secretly transmitting the message. Yi Futian allowed some from the barren state to return, and then led the rest along with Zhuge Qingfeng to the village. So quiet, Yi Futian directed his gaze downward. No tall buildings or ancient temples, just simple houses built with stones, scattered below. The village was not small. With about 1,000 or so households, it was more like a small town. Accustomed to the excitement of the city, Yi Futian rarely experienced this kind of tranquility. "Let's go," Yi Futian said, as the party landed on a small gravel road moving forward. Occasionally, some residents would poke their heads out and look at them, but then they would go about their business as if they had not seen them at all. However, Yi Futian could detect that someone had already secretly reported their arrival to other villagers. After all, there were quite a few people within their party. People coming again. Looks like there is going to be trouble in the village. An old man who sat next to a house grumbled. Yi Futian looked at him and asked, "Sir, we are here for the village chief. Do you know where we can find him?" "What business do you have with the village chief?" The old man looked up and looked at Yi Futian alarmingly. "The village chief invited us to visit the village as guests." Yi Futian smiled. "Mr. Yi?" the old man asked, apparently with knowledge of him. "Yi Futian, at your service," Yi Futian greeted him. "All right." The old man stroked his goatee and stood up. His seemingly hunchbacked body instantly straightened up, and the gaze that seemed cloudy suddenly gained spirit. The entire aura of his person seemed to have transformed swiftly. Yi Futian and company all showed a touch of amazement. The ability of hiding his aura was remarkable. It was hard to imagine that an ordinary old man would transform into the one standing in front of them at this moment. "Please, Mr. Yi," the old man gestured. "You first, sir." Yi Futian nodded as the old man led the way to the village. Many then came out and watched Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and the rest of them with curiosity. They all knew that a few months ago, the old village chief left with Yaya. And the village chief also said that there would be outsiders visiting. Now they had arrived. In the open space right in front of them, there was a procession coming towards Futian and his party. A girl of about 15 years of age was walking in front with great pride, staring at Futian and his companions with menace. Futian revealed an odd look at this event. He stopped and watched Yaya coming towards them with her group. Those coming toward them wore simple and plain clothing. Some were shirtless and some were even wearing animal skins. As they continued forward, they subtly surrounded Futian and his group. Yaya, who bullied you? Next to Yaya, there was a strong young man clad in a fur coat, whose eye swept towards Futian as he asked. Him. Yaya pointed at Yusheng and then at Futian. And he's not much better. Futian looking at the girl speechless. Is she complaining? Do they mean to brawl? It seems like that now she's on her turf. The girl is becoming audacious. You two come out. Just then, a burly young man came out from behind Yaya. He was shirtless, revealing his muscular build, and he exuded savage power. Futian felt that the barbaric aura from the other was affecting the power of the surrounding people, and his eyes showed a slight surprise. It seemed that the villagers in Tomb Village were not ordinary. Boom! A figure stepping out, and it was Yuanzhan. From his body, a barbaric aura also exploded forth. Golden radiance flowed above him. A demon ape? The shirtless youth looked at Yuanzhan and let out a roar. Behind him, there appeared an huge black shadow. It was a humongous yak. Wind and thunder danced between heaven and earth, while an even more fierce aura bloomed. Immediately he started towards Yuanzhan. Dust flew and the ground shook. He rushed towards Yuanzhan. Yuanzhan also stepped forward and sprinted. There was no magic being used between the two. Merely an explosion of their own unfettered strengths, charging each other. With a loud bang the instant the two collided, a violent exhalation raged and cracks appeared on the ground, along with houses collapsing in the distance. A demonic wind swirled in the surrounding area. Yuanzhan and the shirtless youth both stumbled a few steps backward, rubbing against the ground. Big Ox Brother shouted. I'm okay. The shirtless figure steadied himself and shook his head at Yaya. In an instant that monstrous sword will seem to break down all defenses, tearing through everything to get to Futian. Between heaven and earth, countless swords descended in all heaven's sword matrix. Sensing this scene, Futian reached out with both hands, and with his body as the center, an even more powerful force now manifested, turning into an absolute starry zone. All heaven's sword matrix fell down like a bomb on the starry light screens, unable to break through. And inside, a thick purple golden thundering ancient vine stretched out like an arm, smashing towards Yaya. Instantly Yaya was held down. She growled and an even stronger sword will exploded, intending to smash through. But the power of the thunder was attacking her, sapping away her strength little by little, until she was wrapped up tightly in midair. Girl, even though your offensive power is strong, you have not yet entered the sage plane, therefore the rule power you are able to use is different from mine, especially when I am specialized in spells of all kinds and multiple rules, and can use many abilities with a mere thought. It was impossible for you to win, Futian said to Yaya. The girl was still struggling. She was very stubborn. Boom! Just then the ground trembled and a violent force broke out. The young man who was clad in a fur coat and stood previously next to Yaya sprinted towards Futian with incredible speed. With a loud scream, a humongous great beast appeared in the firmament. It was the monstrous Ho, a fierce creature. The wind raged, and a storm of destruction swept through the area. Futian only felt the ceaseless shaking of his spiritual will. With a loud sound, the starry light screens burst and shattered. A figure landed in front of Futian like lightning, and delivered a swift punch, more violently than a wild beast. Futian looked up at the person coming at him, and space-freezing rule once again bloomed, affecting the speed of his opponent. Then he raised his fist and delivered a punch that was like a meteor. The shadow of Ho appeared behind the other man, whose roar could pulverize the one's spiritual will. The incomparable savage power collided with Futian's. Futian took a couple of steps back while the other man was sent flying by the impact. While stepping back, Futian also took Yaya's body with him and returned them both to where they were before. Futian looked up at the other with an amused look in his eyes. This person could move mountains and rivers with a roar that contained unparalleled momentum, as well as the ability of spirit attack, in addition to shattering the will of man. Such power was indeed frightening. Certainly, Tomb Village was a lair of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Chapter 801. The Ho was an extremely rare demonic beast that only existed in legends. It was rumored that the Ho fed on dragons, while other rumors claimed that the Ho was the ancestor of the Qilin. The Ho was an extremely rare demonic beast that only existed in legends. It was rumored that the Ho fed on dragons, while other rumors claimed that the Ho was the ancestor of the Qilin. Now, a teen from the Tombkeeper village actually claimed to have the Ho as his life spirit. "Brother Ho, are you alright?" Yaya looked at the teen beside her and asked. "I'm fine. What about you, Yaya?" The teen looked back and asked as well. "How could anything happen to me?" Yaya shook her head, then glared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's expression became even more odd. The previous person's life spirit was the Kuei, so he was called Denyo. Now this teen's life spirit was the Ho, so Yaya addressed him as Brother Ho. "How willful. Lass, fulfill your end of the wager." Yi Futian smirked at Yaya and said. Yaya glared at Yi Futian hatefully, then said, "How could you believe a child's words?" Yi Futian did a double take and looked at Yaya speechless. "Really? Brother Ho, beat him up." Yaya glared at Yi Futian and said, "Falling out at will. Calling him brother? Dream on." "Okay." The teen stared at Yi Futian and stepped forward. A giant Ho shadow appeared in the air and a violent demonic chi rampaged in the air. The teen was at the sage cultivation level, one level higher than Yi Futian, and had a terrifying aura. Yi Futian had the feeling that the great Zhou sacred dynasty's Zhou Ye would not be able to defeat this teen if they were at the same cultivation level. The people from this village appeared to have an inborn wildness and had a primal chi around them, perhaps closely related to their cultivation environment. However, he was curious. If the people of the village cultivated in seclusion, how could they comprehend the sage plane's rule power? Living in seclusion did not mean that they were actually cut off from the mortal world. Those who were in seclusion usually meant people with very high cultivation levels who stayed concealed in the mortal world to continue their cultivation in peace. However, if one was in seclusion since birth, it would not be easy for their cultivation level to increase and they would approach bottlenecks much more easily. Without giving Yi Futian any time to think, the other party flew into the air with a loud roar that shook the earth. The giant Ho shadow in the air spat out a horrifying shock wave, synchronizing with the heavens, and reverberated into Yi Futian's ears, attempting to shatter his spiritual will. At that moment, the skies changed as the area seemed to transform into the Ho's dimension. The intense pressure crushed down as Yi Futian stood within it. The people in the surrounding area all stepped back to avoid the pressure. Yi Futian's spiritual will transformed into a vigorous whirlpool, a destructive spiritual will spewing forth from within, unaffected by the roar. His gaze swept across the figure rushing towards him as he emitted a formless rule power. In the next moment, the teen felt as though the area was coming to a halt. The energies in the skies appeared to have stopped flowing, and even his body was stopping still. However, an alarming rule power flowed around him, forcefully breaking through the space-freezing rule power and continuing towards Yi Futian. However, as he got closer to Yi Futian's body, his speed started to decrease. Apart from the space-freezing rule power, there was also another extremely strong rule power pressure around Yi Futian. Waves of light screens circulated around Yi Futian, giving the teen a feeling as though there were constellations around Yi Futian. It was the Starry Law's rule power. The Starry Laws was an extraordinary rule power with multiple forms. It could be used in offense, defense, and even to pressure others. "Be careful, Brother Ho." Yaya's expression paled. Although she had yet to enter the sage plane, she could still feel the strength of rule power. Yi Futian specialized in multiple rule powers and could inhibit others to a large extent. At that moment, Yi Futian moved. He clenched both his fists and stepped forward towards the teen, raising his fists and punching forward. With the Starry Laws contained in his fists, his punches were like a meteorite crashing down, shattering the earth. In the area where the two of them clashed, a giant Ho shadow and a meteorite shadow appeared. The destructive force engulfed the entire area and a hurricane billowed on those watching the battle. Many houses in the village collapsed into ruins, but there were some others that were shielded by an invisible rule power, saving them from ending up as debris. Bang bang bang. Consecutive clashing sounds could be heard as the two of them fought from the ground into the air. The earth split apart as the meteor punch and hose force clashed against each other. The teen was knocked back by the impact and he looked coldly at Futian as though he wanted to continue battling. That's enough, I'm not here to battle. Where is the village chief? Futian asked. At that moment winds gathered in the distance. Futian raised his head and looked towards it, and saw a brilliant golden light appear in the distant sky. The rock. A glint appeared in Futian's eyes as he looked towards it and exclaimed. The blinding light shone towards him, as a human that looked like the divine rock flew towards him. It was a handsome teen with rock wings flapping behind him. His sharp gaze looked towards Futian as he flew towards them at breathtaking speed. It's Ing. The people from the Tombkeeper village looked towards the devilishly handsome teen and thought. However, Futian suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. He used his space-freezing rule power and a terrifying starry light screen surrounded his body, as though a real constellation had appeared. The glaring golden light darted across the air as the other party's figure disappeared, ignoring the space-freezing rule power. Ing narrowed the distance and descended, the dazzling golden rays turning into feathers, slashing down onto the starry light screens. In an instant, a crack appeared and the starry light screen was split from the middle. The dazzling attack slashed towards Futian's body, attempting to slice him in half. Space manipulation, space ripping. The Barren States experts saw the scene and their expressions changed. Sage Wanxiang shouted, "Be careful." As his voice landed, Futian had already set up his defenses again. He raised his fist and struck forward. As it was slashed apart, he made use of the force to quickly retreat, moving back towards where the barren state was like a gust of wind. The dazzling teen floated in the air, his wings flapping behind him. His sharp gaze had an arrogance in it as he stared at Futian and his friends. Gu Donglu and the Sword Saint stepped forward with displeased expressions. The Sword Saint said, "If the elder has invited us here only to treat us like this, we will have to leave." The teen's cultivation level was much higher than Futian's. He was already a magi with his cultivation level, coupled with the space manipulation and space-ripping rule power. How strong would he be? Yaya was merely a small girl, so they would forgive her tomfoolery. However, the teen in the air had an arrogant expression and did not pull his punches. Ing continued to float in the air, looking at the Sword Saint and Gu Donglu with his insufferable expression and said coldly, "Go ahead." Evidently, he did not care whether Futian and his friends stayed or left. Ing stepped down. A voice sounded from afar as a group of people walked towards them. The person at the front was the village chief. Ing lowered his head and looked towards the voice, then glanced coldly at Futian before flapping his wings and stepping back. "Lass, enough of your mischief." The village chief glared at Yaya and chided. "Village chief." Yaya lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong. "This lass is too immature. Please forgive her actions." The village chief looked at the Sword Saint, then turned towards Futian and Yushang saying, "I've waited a long time for you. You're too courteous." Futian cupped his fists and saluted, saying, "I wonder what elder has invited us here for?" The village chief looked at the people around and said, "Well, time for the party to end." The crowd started to leave, but there were a few who stayed like Yaya. "Please follow me." The village chief extended his hand to guide them as he said. Futian walked alongside the village chief and in the air. Ying's gaze swept across Futian one final time before he flapped his wings and flew off into the sky. Futian raised his head and looked at the disappearing figure, surprised at how fast he was. Space manipulation was indeed very scary. The teen was extremely strong and could definitely be classified among the elite prodigies in the 9 states. When his gaze moved back, he saw Yaya still glaring at him and felt dejected. He stretched out his hand and tapped on her head, saying, "You lost, aren't you going to call me brother?" "Humph." Yaya snorted and turned away with an expression of refusal. Seeing the little girl's expression made Futian think of Linger. He shook his head and smiled to himself. Linger was much smarter than Yaya, probably because of the environment she grew up in. Linger was born into a prestigious family and was doted on while growing up, while Yaya lived in a village, So although she was extremely powerful, she was simple-minded. Futian smiled and put his hand on her head, rubbing it. He did not really mind the little girl's willfulness, he was not that petty. Yaya jerked her head away, avoiding him. She glared at Futian. Why did this fellow like rubbing others' heads so much? The person just now is called Ing, and has an extremely proud personality. Apart from Yaya, his potential is the highest in the village. If he had participated in the 9-state forum, he would definitely have the strength to go all the way. There are not many people in the same generation in the 9 states that can defeat him. The village chief explained, evidently also extremely confident in Ying's abilities. He has comprehended both space ripping and space manipulation in the space rule power. Adding on his offensive power, he is indeed very strong. Futian nodded and replied. He had already bore witness to Ying's strength just now. He also specializes in swordsmanship, the village chief continued, causing Futian to have a surprised expression. It seemed like he was a genius indeed. He seems to have something against me? Futian remembered Ying's expression and asked. He could feel the chilling intent in the other party's eyes, and it was unusual for people who were meeting for the first time. The village chief looked in the distance and said softly, Ying dotes on Yaya the most. He probably saw you bullying her. Yaya looked proudly at Futian. He thought to himself, it seems like this little girl is the apple of everyone's eyes in this village. The group of them chatted while walking further into the village. In the village chief's house, there were a few stone tables and chairs. The village chief looked at Futian's group and said, have a seat. Futian nodded and they all found a seat. The village chief had yet to say anything about why he invited them. Recently, many people have entered the village and are now situated all around the village. There should be many legends about the village in the outside world now, I suppose? The village chief looked at Futian and asked. Yes. Futian nodded. What is the most popularly accepted rumor? The village chief asked. The Nether Sword Mound has the Sword Saint of the Void's teachings. The Tombkeeper village is likely to be able to affect the teachings. Futian looked at the elderly village chief and said. The village chief smiled and asked, is that what you think too? Elder brought Yaya to participate in the 9-state forum. Yusheng defeated her and the village chief invited me and Yusheng here. So, I feel that that is indeed possible. Futian did not deny his conjecture. I did not invite you here to bestow any teachings upon you. The village chief shook his head as he clarified. A shocked expression appeared in Futian's eyes. Disappointed? The village chief smiled and asked. Not really, just curious. Futian replied. What then was the village chief's motive? The Nether Sword Mound is not simply the Sword Saint of the Void's teachings, but it does have some items that the Sword Saint of the Void has left behind. The village chief looked at Futian and continued, for example, the 9 states number 1 sword matrix, the sword matrix of the Void. The village chief's eyes lit up as he saw Futian's reaction. He then continued, if the matrix were to be activated, it can pursue any saint from the 9 states. Nobody can escape from it. A sword matrix that can kill a saint. The people from the barren state all had astounded expressions as they stared at the village chief. The forbidden land of the Nether Sword Mound contained the 9 states number 1 killing matrix, a matrix capable of killing any saint plane cultivator in existence. How terrifying it would be if someone obtained control of the matrix. Wouldn't that person be unparalleled in the 9 states? Futian suddenly wondered if the chess saint had entered the Nether Sword Mound for the 9 states number 1 matrix. Chapter 802. Futian looked at the old village chief and continued, what does the first sword matrix of the 9 states has to do with your invitation to me to the Tombkeeper village? Futian looked at the old village chief and continued, what does the first sword matrix of the 9 states has to do with your invitation to me to the Tombkeeper village? What is Tombkeeper village guarding? Was it really just to guard a sword matrix? Naturally, he would not believe everything that the old village chief had said. Within the Nether Sword Mound they're engraved with a magical sword matrix that can kill any intruders unless there is someone who can breach the matrix. The old village chief continued, Chess Saint was unparalleled in the way of matrix and had already destroyed its formation. Although he was trapped by the sword matrix, but he had learned some secrets about the Nether Sword Mound and the Tombkeeper village, and spread the news about. This has to do with the survival of the Tombkeeper village. You saw it before that the people of Tombkeeper village were unusually accomplished. Do you know why? I don't know. Futian shook his head, and listening to the old village chief, it sounded like he went out this time to Nine States Forum was in fact a preemptive precautionary move. He had experienced in person what happened at Chess Saint Villa. If the news was spread by Chess Saint, then Lu Zong must be the recipient of it. On that day, he also saw that both Lu Zong and Saint Shihua intentionally let the news be known. Otherwise, there was no need to point out the identity of the old man in public. The intention was self-evident. Then the old village chief's fear was understandable. Even if they did not leave, sooner or later Lu Zong would come with others, and not just by himself. The old village chief took Yaya to participate in Nine States Forum and moved all this ahead of time. The Nether Sword Mound was right behind Tombkeeper village, and inside the Nether Sword Mound, there nurtured many rule powers. People of Tombkeeper village can enter the outer sector inside the Nether Sword Mound to cultivate, and they have perceived and adapted to the power of rules since birth. With the elevation of cultivation, they naturally comprehend some of these rules. Said the old village chief. Futian's heart beat wildly. Could the Nether Sword Mound really be so amazing? This was equivalent to the cultivation area inside the Holy Ji Palace, and it was a more advanced version. With the natural breeding ground of rules within it, this kind of cultivation conditions were so coveted that it was enough to upend all the holy lands of 9 states. The Nether Sword Mound is known as a vicious place. No one dared to set foot, as invaders all perished in it. Chess Saint was an exception and knew its secret. Do you understand it now? The old village chief looked at Futian. The innocent man was only guilty because of the precious jade in his possession. Such conditions for cultivation were enough to attract even the saints to plunder. If Holy Land could be built here and let the people of Holy Land cultivate, what a glorious future that would be. Futian understood even more why Chess Saint chose Lu Zong and not him. Lu Zong's identity was very important. Futian, Palace Lord of Holy Ji Palace in Barren State, Holy Land in name only, naturally was not worth much in the eyes of Chess Saint. This may have affected the life and death of Chess Saint, so he pinned his hopes on Lu Zong. Rather than saying that Chess Saint chose Lu Zong as his heir, it might be more fitting to say that Chess Saint chose Lu Zong as an ally for mutual benefit. Futian did not speak, just watching the old village chief and waiting for him to continue. The old village chief had not touched upon what he wanted to know. What did all this have to do with him? I hope that you can enter the Nether Sword Mound, help to activate the Nether Sword Matrix to shock and awe the people of 9 states. The old village chief stared at Futian. This has to do with the survival of Tombkeeper village, so here I am pleading with Palace Lord Yi for help. While speaking, the old village chief got up and bowed slightly to Futian. Sir, Futian got up to steady the village chief. The sword matrix in the Nether Sword Mound can kill all invaders. How can I enter it? Perhaps this is the will of heaven. The old village chief looked at Futian. The sword matrix inside the Nether Sword Mound is very magical. Its strength mirrors that of the intruder. The stronger the intruder's strength, the stronger the power of the sword matrix. Only the real genius can have a chance to break into it. I went to 9 States Forum because I wanted to find someone who could overcome Yaya, and without any faults, and then let him familiarize the sword matrix. But by chance or design, Yu Shang and Palace Lord Yi were together. Moreover, Palace Lord Yi, like Lu Zong, had also solved Chess Saint's Celestial Dragon chess game. Futian's eyes flickered, and he stared intently at the old village chief. Do you mean that the Celestial Dragon chess games of the Chess Saint is in fact? If I am not mistaken, the Celestial Dragon chess game is a matrix that was evolved by Chess Saint from the sword matrix in the Nether Sword Mound. When he was searching for someone who could breach it, it was in fact a setup. The old village chief said. Futian revealed a surprised look. If so, he did seem to be a most suitable candidate. Never mind the danger of entering the Nether Sword Mound. Suppose we were really able to enter, and having me block the way of the rest of the people of all the holy lands of 9 states, doesn't that spell death for me? Futian looked at the village chief and remarked. After you have familiarized with the sword diagram, I will let Yaya and others follow you in, so you should be reassured. The old village chief continued, the people here today are all at the core in the village. As long as Palace Lord Yi says nothing, no one would know about today's conversation, and will not know who activated the Nether Sword Matrix. What's more, I heard that the last Palace Lord had invited Emperor Xia, that before the conclusion of the next Battle of Saints, anyone from other holy lands whose intent is to make a move on Palace Lord Yi would have to think it through. This matter is of great importance, and the survival of Tombkeeper Village depends on it. If Palace Lord Yi can help, Tombkeeper Village would be forever grateful. Henceforth, people of Barren State can all come here to cultivate. And perhaps Palace Lord Yi would find other fortune inside the Nether Sword Mound. The old village chief continued. Yi Futian looked at the old village chief and glanced at the others. But just then Zhuge Mingyue could be heard saying, precisely as you have stated, this matter is of great importance, so we beg your indulgence for some time to think it over. No hurry, the people of 9 states won't act so fast. You can all cultivate at Tombkeeper Village for some time. If Palace Lord Yi agrees, I will hand over the sword diagram to Palace Lord Yi for his perusal and enlightenment. Yes, Yi Futian nodded. Girl, take Palace Lord Yi and the others to their rooms to rest. These few days you will take care of Palace Lord Yi, and no more nonsense. The old village chief instructed Yaya. Yaya looked at Yi Futian, pouting, seemingly reluctant. Palace Lord Yi, this girl lacks discipline, please excuse her, said the old village chief. It's nothing, Yi Futian nodded. Let's go, Yaya said begrudgingly, and then led the way in front. Yi Futian shook his head with a wry smile, but just then Hua Jieyu came to the front to be at Yaya's side. Looking at her and seeing the smile on Hua Jieyu, Yaya couldn't help but felt a sense of familiarity. That guy is terrible, don't mind him, Hua Jieyu said with a soft smile. Yaya looked her and expressed a look of surprise, and then gently nodded. Older sister, sorry about that day. Isn't it normal for there to be winning or losing in competition? I don't know how you cultivate it, but it was powerful. Hua Jieyu replied with a smile. Yaya felt a little embarrassed, whispered, I don't know either. Then they started chatting while walking in front. Yi Futian looked at the two with a shocked look. She was addressing Hua Jieyu as sister? He massaged his furrowed brow and wondered, am I not charming enough? This nymph could even bewitch little girls. But seeing the two chatting, Yi Futian also smiled. Although Yaya repeatedly defied him, he did not mind, and not only because she was incredibly talented, but because he detected that this girl was a child who endured hardships. He had talked about it with Jieyu, so she knew, but perhaps even Yaya herself did not know. Little brother, do you believe what the village chief said? Close by, Zhuge Mingyue secretly transmitted the sound to Yi Futian. Yi Futian turned his attention to second sister. Earlier second sister rushed to respond that they need more time to evaluate. Presumably it was because she did not entirely trust the words of the old village chief. Second sister, we've just met and the implication was so great. Naturally we can't believe everything. Yi Futian replied by secret transmission. The old village chief's words should be taken with a grain of salt. After all, the existence of Yaya itself was a secret, and the old village chief did not reveal any of it. However, everything regarding Chess Saint should be true. Chess Saint spreaded the news, and sooner or later it was going to lead to chaos at Tombkeeper Village, but the old village chief took the initiative to preempt it. Then do we promise him? Zhuge Mingyue asked. Yi Futian looked at the sage Wanxiang in the other direction and smiled to transmit the message. Does Uncle Master want to divine the signs first? Sure, sage Wanxiang nodded. To divine the signs of favorability was a relatively simple process and did not require much time. Yaya set up a living space for Yi Futian and the rest, so that the people of Barren State temporarily settled down in the Tombkeeper Village. Whether it was himself, Jieyu, Wuxian and the rest of them, they all need to cultivate for a period of time to overcome the Sage Plane. After the 9 States Forum, the use of the rule powers had become more mature, and the time for level up the plane had also arrived. At evening time, a red glow appeared on the west side of the sky, and the afterglow of the setting sun reflected on the village from the distant mountains, making the village look even more peaceful and serene. In front of a cottage in the village, Yi Futian quietly lay on the wicker chair, rocking with Jieyu resting quietly by his side, enjoying the rare tranquility. Woman, what do you say that we go away from the world and just cultivate like this? Yi Futian whispered softly. Whenever you want to, I am with you. Hua Jieyu laughed softly. Well, and couple more babies. Yi Futian smiled. No, 3 or 4. Hua Jieyu blinked, and then rolled her eyes at Yi Futian. Keep dreaming, at most 2. That won't do. You see that I am so perfect, the children would also be excellent, so we must have a few more. Yi Futian joked. Hua Jieyu smiled and nodded. There is some truth in it. Since you agree, shall we go make babies now? Yi Futian looked at the beautiful woman reclining on the wicker chair. The glory of the setting sun shined upon her perfect body, made her especially attractive. What are you thinking about? Hua Jieyu's face reddened. This lascivious guy, the day was not yet dark. What do you say? Yi Futian stretched out his talons toward Hua Jieyu, and she hit the hand that was coming at her, and moved her body slightly to evade. Sister, at this moment a voice was heard, and Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu both turned their eyes toward the girl who was coming. Sister, let's go eat. Aya said again. Coming, Hua Jieyu said with a smile and got up and together with Yi Futian, walking toward Yaya and took her hand to leave together. Yaya looked at Yi Futian and whispered. Punk? Aye. Yi Futian looked at Yaya with a blank look. This little girl, what did she know about punk? Standing up, Yi Futian was ready to go with them, but heard a voice calling him, Palace Lord. Yi Futian turned and saw that sage Wanxiang coming, and asked, What is it, Uncle Master? The signs are more evil than auspicious. Sage Wanxiang spoke. The divinatory signs were more evil than good. Yi Futian felt a headache coming on and rubbed between his brows. But there are also some hidden opportunities. Sage Wanxiang added. Yi Futian nodded gently. How to choose? What about the other sign? Yi Futian asked again. He had also asked Sage Wanxiang to divine another sign for fortune. Sage Wanxiang looked at Yi Futian and said, If we leave, her sign is the worst of worst, it is certainly death. If we enter, there is a chance. Yi Futian's brows knitted when he heard Sage Wanxiang. This is indeed troublesome. Chapter 803. On the last day of the 10,011th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, majority of the cultivators in the 9 states would return home to have a reunion with their family. On the last day of the 10,011th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, majority of the cultivators in the 9 states would return home to have a reunion with their family. Even in a remote area like the Tombkeeper village as night fell, there was a semblance of a year-end feast. Yi Futian's group would celebrate the end of the year in this remote village this year. At that moment, the quiet village appeared exceptionally crowded as all the families were preparing for the feast. In one of the families in the village, the aroma of freshly cooked food wafted out. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu walked to the door and said, smiling, What a nice smell. Aya, what delicious food have Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang made? Yi Futian looked at the girl standing at the door and asked. Head die of gluttony. Yaya rolled her eyes at Yi Futian as she replied. She then walked up and grabbed Hua Jieyu's hand, saying, Sister, Dad and Mom made you a lot of delicious food. It smells great already. Hua Jieyu smiled as she replied. In this period of time they had gotten to know the village a little better, especially Yaya's parents, and were already on good terms. Yaya and Jieyu's relationship was becoming more intimate, like they were biological sisters. Now, she would not want to fight Yi Futian and Yu Shang at a moment's notice. Of course, bickering was inevitable. The 3 of them walked into the house and saw a sumptuous feast prepared on the table. A middle-aged man with rough skin was sitting there waiting for them, while a lady was busy serving up dishes. Uncle Zhang. Yi Futian smiled and addressed him while Hua Jieyu walked up and said, Aunt Zhang, let me help you. No need, don't dirty your hands. Aunt Zhang smiled and replied. How could she bear to let a goddess-like maiden like Hua Jieyu do such chores? Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang were normal people, although they also cultivated, but their cultivation level was at the basic level. They were not even mandate cultivators, so they would age. Yaya lived in the village and was still young, so there were many things that she did not understand. However, how could Yi Futian not know that Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang were incapable of giving birth to a natural prodigy like Yaya? Uncle Zhang, your complexion has gotten better again. Yi Futian smiled and commented. It should be the effect of the pill that you gave me previously. The pill's effect is really strong. I feel like all my organs and meridians have rejuvenated. Futian, I should really thank you for that. Uncle Zhang said with a happy expression. The pill was Phoenix's. It could strengthen one's body and improve one's constitution. Although it was not an extremely valuable pill, it was enough for Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang. Don't stand on ceremony, Uncle Zhang, Yi Futian replied. After all, I'm Yaya's brother. Don't spout nonsense. When did I admit it? Yaya pouted and said to Yi Futian. It's been so long and you still don't admit it? Yi Futian looked at Yaya and replied, smiling. I forgot. Yaya turned away. This lass. Uncle Zhang knocked her on the head and said, It's your luck to have Futian to be your brother. What do you have to lose? Dad, even you're helping him. Yaya said dejectedly. Your father is correct. You're so lucky to have this happen to you. Aunt Zhang smiled and said too. They had been observing how Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu treated Yaya the past few days. They had really treated her like a younger sister. However, this lass was really immature to not acknowledge this brother. Yaya pouted. Whose house were they in? Futian, don't mind this lass. She's been spoiled by the village chief and the villagers since young. Aunt Zhang said. Of course not, she's cute this way too. Yi Futian said without minding too much. He then asked, Aunt Zhang, do the village chief and villagers dote on Yaya a lot? They've already spoiled her rotten. Those that are older than her all protect her like their treasure. Aunt Zhang smiled and replied happily. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and continued. This little girl is so mischievous. She has probably brought you a lot of trouble in these 15 years? You're the one that's a lot of trouble. Yaya chipped in from the side with a displeased tone. That's only natural. This lass is so playful. Thankfully the village chief has always helped to keep an eye on her, asking the villagers to take care of this lass. That's why this lass has a good life. Aunt Zhang's smile was full of sincerity. As Yi Futian observed her, he smiled and nodded. Come, the dishes are getting cold. Futian Jieyu, let's eat. Uncle Zhang pointed at the dishes on the table and said, Okay, let's chat while eating. Yi Futian nodded. On the dining table, he intentionally asked a few questions. As the sky got darker, they finished eating and Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu left the house. Yaya came out to send them off. Hua Jieyu smiled and said, you can go back now. Yaya nodded and replied, I'll watch you leave. Okay. Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian turned around and walked away. In the next moment, a soft voice sounded from behind them, brother. Yi Futian's footsteps stopped and he turned back. However, he saw a figure dart like lightning into the house and shut the door. This lass can also feel shy? A gleaming smile appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. He smiled and said, I heard that. As he said that, he held Hua Jieyu's hands and the two of them left happily. How is it? Hua Jieyu transmitted her voice to Yi Futian and asked. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang's words were from the heart, and it did not seem like they were lying. Seeing Yaya's attitude, there should be no ulterior motive behind the village chief and the villagers treating her well. Yi Futian replied, then continued, however. There is one thing that I don't really understand. Why does Aunt Zhang believe that Yaya was truly born by her, even though it's impossible? The freedom meditation was extremely mysterious. With their low cultivation levels, they shouldn't have been able to lie to him. He did not deliberately observe Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang, however, before he made a decision. He had hoped to make some things clear. However, he was now even more confused. Everyone is still waiting for us, let's not think about it for now. Hua Jieyu smiled and said. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and the two of them reached their destination. In front of them, a group of people were seated together. They were the people from the barren state. It was rare for everyone to not be cultivating. After all, there was only one such day in the year, so it was a fine occasion for them to gather and have a chat. However, there were a few people missing. After all, they had left the barren state to train themselves, so they would not bring their family members along. They're here. The crowd saw Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu walking over and gave up 2 seats for them. The two of them sat down with the rest and there was a fire in the middle. The aroma of barbecued meat wafted towards them. In Zui Qianchou's direction there was the smell of wine as well. No matter where the fellow went, he could make wine appear. Perhaps he had an unlimited supply of wine with him. Who knows how much wine he had hidden? At that moment, Suke walked forward with a dagger in his hand, slicing the barbecued meat off. In an instant, the aroma became even more fragrant. Beside him, the black-winged condor flapped its wings and its eyes lit up as it salivated. What a temptation to Mr. Condor here. Here, have a drink. Zui Qianqiu took out a few wine glasses and poured out the wine for them. Next, Suke gave out the meat that they had gotten from the demonic beasts on the surrounding mountains. Finally, this gave them the feeling of a year-end feast. After all, there were some traditions that had to be fulfilled. Yi Futian raised his wine glass and said to everyone, "After becoming the palace lord, I spent the first year cultivating in the sage hall. Now, at the end of the year we have such a shabby celebration again. My elders, wife, brothers are all here, so I will not say anything emotional. Let's drink." As he said that, Yi Futian finished his wine. The others all raised their glasses and finished their wine as well. If a cultivator wants to become strong, he should not be tied down to a single place. In this world, you have to lose something to gain something else, so why worry if it's shabby? Zhuge Qingfeng said nonchalantly. Compared to the palace of the past, I prefer the current palace's atmosphere. What does Sage Wanxiang think? Indeed. Sage Wanxiang nodded. In the past, the palace was a holy land. Although it did not have the strength of a holy land, it continued to call itself one and act like one. Now, it is more human-like and has more elements of discovery. The prophecy claimed that without destruction, there can be no construction. This was probably what it meant. Now, the current palace Lord Yi Futian had brought the barren state citizens out. It seemed as though they were expanding and digging deeper into their potential. It's too early to talk about expanding. Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. Now their purpose was cultivation to become strong, to create a saint so that they could stand up against other holy lands. Every step that we have taken leaves a print. Perhaps we will not feel the process, but the accumulation of every step is extremely valuable. The Sword Saint continued, "Little brother, back then in the barren state, did you ever imagine a scenario where all the cottage's disciples would enter the sage plane?" Yi Futian reeled back and looked at his big brother, then turned to Zhuge Mingyue, Gudonglu, Shuiyi, Luo Fan and Yi Shaoshi. Apart from Sister Xinger, who was still in the Zhuge family, the rest of the cottage's disciples were all beside him all this while and had never left. That's right, in the past, in the Eastern Barren Territory, the sage plane was but a legend. Yi Futian smiled and raised his glass, saying, "Big brother, second sister, third brother. Let's have a cheers for the cottage. One day, the cottage's disciples will all be sages and saints." The cottage's disciples all raised their glasses. Gu Donglu did not drink his wine, but said, "Little brother, teacher's expectations for you might not simply be the saint plane." Yes. Yi Futian looked at his third brother and nodded, saying, "Me too. Not just me, it goes for all the cottage's disciples." Bravo. Huang Zhoga smiled and said, "People always seem to set a limit for themselves, thinking that reaching a certain level denotes a legend and cannot be surpassed. Perhaps it really might be insurmountable, but they have never tried to put in more effort to attempt to surpass that level. That is why my father once told me that only by being with the most elite people will one's vision be different." The barren state always treated the saint plane like a legend. Perhaps they felt that the saint plane was something they could never reach, but Yi Futian did not care that much. Although he was currently struggling, he still viewed the saint plane as part of the process and not the destination. Sage Wanxiang looked at the group of lively figures. Yi Futian, Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen, Hua Jieyu, Huang Zhoga, Gu Donglu and the rest. It was as though he could see the barren state's future. If they could make it past the most difficult times, perhaps the barren state would become even stronger than he imagined. After all, Yu Shang had obtained first in the 9-state forum, so nothing was impossible. Yuan Hong and Yuan Zhan stood silently at the side without saying anything. Occasionally, Yuan Hong would turn his gaze to Yi Futian. The saint plane? Naturally, that would not be his future. He was someone who the ape emperor had knelt down to. As the group drank and ate, the sky started to turn dark. The flames lit up their faces and they seemed to be a little drunk. Perhaps it was the mood that was causing them to become drunk. After some more chatting, they started to leave and return to their abodes to rest. When the sun rose again, it was the 10,012th year of the divine prefecture calendar. In the new year, the village appeared the same as before, with the same silence. However, as the days passed, more people came to the vicinity of the village and many came in groups. Evidently, the people from the 9 states who had received the news had started coming to the Tombkeeper village. One day, Futian sat at the door of the house, sunbathing leisurely. Jieyu and Yaya were not far away as well. At that moment, a group of people walked towards them with Ying at the forefront. Futian raised his head and looked at them. He saw Ying walking towards them and turned to Yaya shouting, "Brother Ying, why have you come?" Yaya asked. Ying's gaze turned around and landed on Futian with a cold expression. He said, "After being here for so long and not doing anything, do you agree?" The past few days, Futian had been laid back and did not agree or reject, as though nothing had happened. He was waiting. "I haven't decided yet." Futian replied lazily. "If you don't dare to, leave while you still can," Ying said coldly. Futian looked at the other party with a curious expression. How much did this Ying know? "The village chief is looking for you." After saying that in a frigid tone, Ying turned around and left. Finally, he can't bear it anymore, huh? Futian stood up as he muttered. Yaya walked forward and said, "I'll accompany you. Stay here with your sister." Futian rubbed Yaya's head and started to leave. After he had left, Sage Wanxiang and many others came over, as though waiting for Futian to return. Not long after, Futian returned and looked at the crowd. "How was it?" Sage Wanxiang asked. "What did the village chief look for Futian for?" Futian smiled and said, "I had thought that I was a chess player in this game. However, it seems that I am but a piece in someone else's game." Sage Wanxiang looked confused and Hua Jieyu also walked up and looked at him. "So, have you come to a decision?" Sage Wanxiang asked. Futian nodded and said, "Even if I am a chess piece, I will be a piece that can affect the entire game." Chapter 804. Time passed, and more people were seen at Tombkeeper village. The tranquility of the village seemed to have been broken, and many kept their guard up. They seemed prepared and knew something would have happened to the village. Time passed, and more people were seen at Tombkeeper village. The tranquility of the village seemed to have been broken, and many kept their guard up. They seemed prepared and knew something would have happened to the village. One sword diagram after another hovered before Futian in the small house that he stayed in. The diagrams were handed to him by the village chief that day, which were the sword matrix diagram in the nether sword mound. The chief had handed them to him to allow him to comprehend them beforehand. Futian felt a sense of familiarity from those sword diagrams, which originated from the time when he was breaking the game back in the Chess Saint Villa. The 10 sword diagrams seemed to be the 10 major sword matrices, corresponding to the 9 matrices and the eventual 9 interconnected matrices of the Celestial Dragon chess game at the Chess Saint Villa. While the Chess Saint was able to get familiar with the sword matrices of the Nether Sword Mound, he was unable to completely fathom the entire thing and replicate them in the Chess Saint Villa. Compared to the ones at the villa, the one Futian was seeing there was the actual source which might be more powerful. While Futian had broken the Celestial Dragon chess game before, he nonetheless had to be cautious, and so he spent his days working on comprehending the matrix. At the very moment, his spiritual will was completely immersed within the sword diagrams. The 10 diagrams seemed to be 10 different ultimate arts of the sword, bringing terrifying power to bear. He had even allowed his third brother, Yi Wuchen Suke, and Zui Qianchou to sense the diagrams. They all were trained in the way of the sword, and their experience verified Futian's guess. Those matrices imbued within the sword diagrams were incredibly powerful art of the sword. Futian then heard footsteps and waved his hand, making the diagrams disappear. He peered outside the door and saw the figure who walked and simply looked at him, without saying anything. She seemed to be in a rather bad mood as well. "What is it, little girl?" Futian smiled and asked. "There are quite a lot of people from all over the 9 states here in the village. Some are pretty awesome. Do you want to reconsider going in for the moment?" Yaya looked at Futian and said. Futian looked puzzled before a beaming smile appeared in his eyes. He looked at her and answered, You're worried about your brother then? Worried about you? Sheesh. Yaya turned her head away. But she quickly found something off with that action. Wait, am I admitting that he's my brother now? She turned around and saw Yi Futian looking at her with a half smile. She could not help but glare at him. This guy sure knows how to play me. Sister Jieyu was right about him after all. You don't look like that girl who went to beat everyone at the 9-State Forum at all now. Yi Futian smiled and added. Yaya deemed everyone from the 9 states unworthy of fighting her during the 9-State Forum. She deemed herself the supreme one until she was beaten by Yu Sheng eventually. And now she was worried about Yi Futian. Things were different back then. Yaya looked at Yi Futian and added, the village chief said that this time, the fate of the village is concerned and he had us prepare. You're not from the village, so this has nothing to do with you. So what are you staying here for? Yi Futian, of course, knew that things were indeed different. The 9-State Forum was an event to test the skills of the sacred grounds of all 9 states. It was a grand event that involved all 9 states, and whatever happened, all sacred grounds would have demonstrated a good measure of decent attitude. However, things this time was concerned about the number 1 sword of the 9 states, the unparalleled sword matrix of the Sword Saint of the Void, as well as a fearsome training ground. Yi Futian walked up and knocked Yaya on the head. The little girl simply glared at him without resisting. She has gotten used to it. Well, I'll still have to take care of you. Yi Futian walked out of the room and asked, are there many in the village now? Yeah. Yaya nodded. Many went to look for the chief. Well, that's to say that we don't have much time left, Yi Futian said lightly. It was a given that he needed to completely master the sword diagrams before going into the Nether Sword Mound, so as to have a chance of coming out alive. He might have had a death wish if he were to simply walk in there at his current plane level, unprepared. The place was able to trap even saints after all. At that moment, footsteps were heard from afar. Yi Futian turned his eyes at the sound and saw a group of people with exceptional bearing walking in his direction. The one taking the lead was none other than Lu Zong, whom he had seen several times. So you're here at the Tombkeeper village as well, Palace Lord Yi, Lu Zong said with a smile. Yi Futian peered at the people behind Lu Zong, and found all 9 students of the Chess Saint to be present. There were also mighty ones from Shihua Sacred Mountain. However, Lu Zong was the one taking the lead instead, which spoke volumes of his status at that sacred ground. Other than that, Lu Zong had also acquired the Chess Saint's lineage, and he was possibly the one who knew the Nether Sword Mound best, other than the chief. The Chess Saint was, after all, trapped within the Sword Mound. Yang Xiao, a student of the Chess Saint, also nodded casually at Yi Futian. Yi Futian had good impressions of the students of the Chess Saint. They had their own stances in this case as it concerned their teacher. However, he was rather puzzled about Li Kaishan, who was known to be an honest man. Even his brothers and sisters felt rather surprised at what he did before. But then again, not of that mattered now, and none of that had anything to do with Yi Futian. The chief asked me to come, and I've been here for quite some time. Yi Futian continued with a smile. So, why is the Shihua Sacred Mountain entourage here? Yi Futian's presence alone served as an answer to some questions, and there was no need to hide anything by then. Many would have guessed that it was either Yi Futian or Yu Shang chosen as the successor by the Tombkeeper village. I'm sure you know, Palace Lord Yi, that senior chess saint was now trapped within the Nether Sword Mound. We are here to rescue him. Lu Zong smiled and said, you also broke the Celestial Dragon chess game back at the Chess Saint Villa. Palace Lord Yi, would you mind giving us a hand? I'm thinking that if the rescue is a success, the Chess Saint will have immense gratitude for you and will be sure to reward you handsomely, Palace Lord Yi. I'm of course willing, but since the Chess Saint has chosen you, I'm sure that it naturally means that he trusts you and the Shihua Sacred Mountain more. My plane level is still low, and the barren state lacks mighty ones as well. I'm afraid that we cannot be of much help, Yi Futian replied humbly. Lu Zong took a good look at Yi Futian and nodded lightly. If the opportunity presents itself, I do wish that you will be able to help us out, Palace Lord Yi. At the very least, be it me or Shihua Sacred Mountain, we look forward to your performance, and we do not wish to see ourselves at opposing sides with you, Palace Lord Yi. He finished and left with a smile. All of the chess saint students walked past Yi Futian. Zhou Gongzi walked up to Yi Futian and patted his shoulder, leaving with a bitter smile. He was an acquaintance of Yi Futian back at the chess saint villa, and he was not hoping to see both of them standing at opposing sides. However, both he and Yi Futian knew what Lu Zong meant. If the Tombkeeper village had indeed chosen Yi Futian and his group to be the successor, as speculated by many outside, then what Lu Zong and the people of Xihua Sacred Mountain were required to do would definitely clash with Yi Futian's objective. It would then be inevitable for them to be on opposing sides. Lu Zong was simply persuading Yi Futian at a roundabout manner. Yi Futian saw them leave, and Yaya showed up behind him. A tinge of worry was seen in his eyes. That was precisely the reason. The thing that she worried would happen happened, and that motivated her to persuade Yi Futian to leave. While she did not know much, she was nonetheless capable of sensing the simplest of dangers, just like how she was able to sense that both Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were genuinely nice to her. A sound of something streaking through the air was heard from afar. Yi Futian lifted his head and saw silhouettes appearing in various corners in the air. Furthermore, they appeared in groups of 10s. They looked down and saw Yi Futian. Someone among them asked, "So he's Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State?" "Indeed." Someone nodded. "We'll spar for a bit when we have the chance," someone said to Yi Futian from the air before quickly disappearing from sight. Palace Lord Yi Futian and Yu Shang of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State had both become incredibly renowned figures after the Nine-State Forum. Even geniuses from all sacred grounds of the 9 states had at least heard of them. Not many participated in the Nine-State Forum, and many from the sacred grounds who showed up did not participate in the Nine-State Forum. As such, they were all very curious about the group from the Barren State. But then again, their goal for this trip was not Yi Futian. They were there for the Nether Sword Mound. Yi Futian continued to hear many more zipping about in the sky after those other groups left. More and more people showed up in the village. "It seems that they will be working at the same time," Yi Futian said in a low voice. He knew many from all over the 9 states would show up. However, most of them were only present outside the village, and there were few who came to look at what happened at the village. That day, however, it became obvious that someone was taking the lead, and many from sacred grounds all over the 9 states began moving into the village en masse, no longer hiding their presence. Bright lights dazzled in the air, and Yi Futian looked up. He saw a phoenix carriage arriving and knew right away where those people came from. It was the Golden Phoenix Army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The phoenix designs on their clothes were incredibly dazzling and eye-catching. "Halt!" someone from the carriage said, and the army halted. An elegantly dressed youth turned around and asked, "What is it, see? I saw a familiar face. I'm going to take a look." Zhou Zi walked out of the carriage, and Yi Futian turned his head at her direction. What is this woman up to now? Zhou Ye, Zhou Yu, and Zhou Zichao were all on that carriage in the air as well. Their expressions all seemed cold, looking at Yi Futian. A youth with powerful aura on the carriage asked, "He is?" Yi Futian, Zhou Ye answered. That youth's expression turned incredibly sharp. "So that is him." Zhou Zi descended from above and stood right above Yi Futian. The people of the Barren State all came to Yi Futian's side, seeing the scene, sweeping their eyes at the Golden Phoenix Army in the air. "Why are you here at Tombkeeper Village?" Zhou Zi looked down and asked Yi Futian. "What does that have to do with you?" Yi Futian answered with a puzzled look. "Hasn't this woman learned anything?" "It indeed has nothing to do with me, but a word of advice nonetheless. While you people performed admirably in the 9-state forum, the Barren State is still the Barren State. That event represents nothing here. Whatever you're up to, it's best to act according to your ability." Zhou Zi flew up as soon as she was done talking. Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were discussing a marriage alliance. Lu Zong was to marry a princess from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and that princess would most certainly be her. Lu Zong shouldered the expectations of 3 major forces: Xihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and the Chess Saint Villa. He alone almost represented more than half of the eastern state. He was unable to afford to lose on this trip. According to what Zhou Zi knew, the chess game at the Chess Saint Villa had something to do with the Nether Sword Mound. As such, Yi Futian, who had broken the celestial dragon chess game before, became a variable in this case. It was for that very reason that she reminded Yi Futian to act according to his ability. Yi Futian was still unworthy of fighting with Lu Zong over anything. Chapter 805. The people of the barren state glared at Zhou Zi, leaving with cold expressions. The people of the barren state glared at Zhou Zi, leaving with cold expressions. Zhou Zi had indeed sounded very overbearing. They all knew what Zhou Zi meant by those words. She wanted Yi Futian to back out and stay out of the competition, regardless if he was the designated successor of the Tombkeeper village. The barren state was still the barren state. Regardless of how well they performed in the 9-state forum, they were at the moment unworthy of the fight at hand. Yu Shang swept the Golden Phoenix army in the air with cold eyes. He grew to resent Zhou Zi immensely back in the Chess Saint Villa. Despite being repeatedly humiliated, she had no intention of toning down her abrasive, arrogant attitude. Yi Futian watched on with cold eyes. She had probably only been able to do what she did due to the backing from the great Zhou sacred dynasty. He understood as well that Zhou Zi's words were not without reason. Regardless of how well the barren state performed in the 9-state forum, the barren state was still the barren state and nothing had changed. The Holy Ji Palace of the barren state would remain the weakest sacred ground in all of the 9 states until they had a saint among them. Even though many great figures admired the students of the barren state, and many had even extended invitations to Yu Shang and Su Ke to become students of saints, but that was hardly more than just admiration. Be it Xihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, or any other sacred grounds for that matter, none of their people cared if he was the one chosen by the Tombkeeper village. It was as if he had been automatically ignored. We are all here and there is no more time to comprehend the diagrams. Let's go then. Yi Futian stepped out and went in that same direction. They were heading to where the chief was. Yi Futian and his people arrived before the chief moments later. Many mighty ones had gathered there. A good number of them were from sacred grounds, and mighty ones were aplenty. Some among them even exuded powerful auras. Many villagers were there as well, gathering around the village chief and looking at the outside guests with cold eyes. The chief said that this scuffle had the survival of Tombkeeper village on the line. It was possible that their village would have no longer exist after this. Many spared a look at Yi Futian when he came. The very eye-catching palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state was there earlier than all of them. They were curious to see if he would choose to resign or to fight by them. Zhou Zi had a cold look in her eyes seeing Yi Futian and his people arrive. So they are prepared to fight Lu Zong over this? Elder, I hope you'll be able to help us out in this, Lu Zong said to the village chief. It's not that I don't want to help. Tombkeeper village has been around since the Nether Sword Mound existed. We do not interfere with the affairs of those who choose to enter the Sword Mound. You are all to try your luck in the Sword Mound, and there is no reason for us to interfere. I'm sorry to say that I can't be of help to what you propose, the village chief replied calmly. There is no need to be so humble, elder. I know from the chess saint that he had witnessed people of Tombkeeper village train within the Nether Sword Mound. I'm certain that the people from all 9 states have been careless enough not to notice that the people of Tombkeeper village have always been the protectors of the Nether Sword Mound. Lu Zong continued, since you're the protectors, I'm sure you know the place like the back of your hand. As such, you will definitely be of help. Tombkeeper village has always been here. While we do have knowledge of the Sword Mound, we do not know the place like the back of our hand, as you put it. Many of you have sent people to look at how things are in the village after the 9-state forum, and I'm certain that you know a thing or two about the village, the chief said coldly. It was apparent that he knew well that sacred grounds of the 9 states had been keeping a close eye on Tombkeeper village. Furthermore, many of those people had gotten there earlier than Yi Futian. Since all of them had speculated that the village was probably about to choose a successor, there was simply no way they would sit by and do nothing while the lineage of the Sword Mound fell into the hands of others. If Yi Futian had made a move earlier, they would have acted earlier as well. The Nether Sword Mound is within the eastern state, and both Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty placed a lot of importance on it. Furthermore, the chess saint is also trapped within. I'm sure that you know how much that means to the eastern state as a whole, so we have to be cautious with the matter, Lu Zong said. Yaya came to the village chief's side and looked at Lu Zong and the others, saying, "Why do you think you have the right to force the village chief to do something for you?" Lu Zong looked at Yaya with a peculiar sheen in his eyes. The old village chief had taken Yaya to participate in the 9-state forum, and the girl had been able to become number 2 of the event at the tender age of 15. Her top-notch talent and her monstrous performance were probably due to training in the sword mound. She is probably very important to Tombkeeper village, no? If the chief is unwilling, it is best that we do not pursue the matter further. However, we would like to ask for guides to lead us into the nether sword mound. I'm sure the village chief would not oppose that? Lu Zong asked. Who would you like to be your guide? The chief looked at Lu Zong. Yaya has immense talent, and I like her. She will be one of the candidates. Other than that, I have heard that Ing and Ho are also very capable people among the younger generations of Tombkeeper village. I'd like them to join as well, Lu Zong added. You've really done your research. The village chief smiled. Lu Zong had chosen the best 3 young people in the village. Can't do. A voice was heard and everyone turned their eyes around. They all looked at the one who spoke. It was none other than Yi Futian. Lu Zong turned his eyes around and smiled, saying to Yi Futian, "What do you mean by that, Palace Lord Yi?" "I mean you can't have Yaya as your guide," Yi Futian answered. "Why not?" Lu Zong asked. "She's my little sister and she'll be going into the nether sword mound with me," Yi Futian answered calmly. Lu Zong stared at Yi Futian. That was a clear statement that meant Yi Futian intended to enter the sword mound as well. The people of the sacred grounds looked amused. So the barren state people are going to fight over her with Lu Zong? A cold glare was seen in Zhou Zi's eyes. It was apparent that he had not listened to her words. "So you did not hear what I said to you earlier?" Zhou Zi looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian spared a glance at Zhou Zi and asked, "Who are you again?" "You." Zhou Zi's eyes turned bone-chillingly cold. "What place were you in the 9-state forum?" Zhuge Mingyue, who was standing beside Zhou Zi, glared at the princess as she asked coldly. Zhou Zi became embarrassed immediately. She lost to Hua Jieyu in the very first battle, and was eliminated right away in the 9-state forum. While the barren state is indeed weak, we have the number 1 of the event among us. So, who are you to talk like that to the palace lord of a sacred ground of the barren state? Zhuge Mingyue smirked coldly at Zhou Zi and said, "If you're doing so as the princess of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, I'd advise you, princess, to be careful of your actions. It is best that you not throw your weight around despite not having the power to back your action. You risk embarrassing the great Zhou sacred dynasty by doing so." "You." Zhou Zi looked increasingly frustrated. "So this bitch is humiliating me now? Then who are you to speak to the princess of the great Zhou sacred dynasty in such a manner?" Someone of formidable training from the great Zhou sacred dynasty walked out and glared at Zhuge Mingyue coldly. Zhuge Qingfeng, the sword saint, and Gu Donglu all walked up at the same time. Zhuge Mingyue smiled and said, "As the elder sister of the palace lord of a sacred ground of the barren state, you have any problem with that?" Yi Futian quietly watched from the side without doing anything to stop his second sister. Zhou Zi indeed needed to be taught some manners. She was arrogant and lacked tact in her way with people. She was far inferior to Lu Zong in that regard. Yi Futian, of course, knew that the sacred king of the sacred dynasty did not like him much, but he was not concerned enough to fear offending some members of the younger generation of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, like Zhou Zi. Should I just be listening to every word Zhou Zi is going to tell me? Yi Futian thought to himself, amused. Furthermore, since he had decided to enter the nether sword mound, there were some people whom he deemed necessary to offend. The nether sword mound is undoubtedly within the eastern state, but it is still a place of the 9 states. Its existence said that it belongs to no one and no force. Many people from many sacred grounds are here for it now, and we of the barren state are no different. If Saint Shihua and the sacred king are here today, forbidding everyone else but you people from entering the sword mound, then I shall give up. Yi Futian then continued calmly, or else, we of the barren state will enter the nether sword mound. Someone like Saint Shihua and the sacred king would not have said something like that in the first place. As such, Yi Futian made his stance firmly and forcefully. The barren state would enter the sword mound. The old village chief watched everything from the side, quietly. He was very satisfied with Yi Futian's attitude. The chess saint had entered the nether sword mound and had spread the news of its existence, attracting the attention of sacred grounds from all 9 states. That was why he needed to make preparations in advance, and that was why he had someone participate in the 9-state forum. It was fortunate for him to not only encounter Yu Sheng but Yi Futian as well. Yi Futian played a key role in his plans. Furthermore, Yi Futian played said role in a splendid, even perfect manner. The place turned silent all of a sudden. Many from Tombkeeper village looked at Yi Futian and grew to like him more. Yi Futian was standing up to protect Yi, preventing Lu Zong and the others from taking her. If Palace Lord Yi wants to try, I see no problem with it. A voice was heard, and many turned around to see Lu Zong say, I do not mind Yaya going into the sword mound with Palace Lord Yi. You have also broken the Celestial Dragon chess game at the Chess Saint Villa, so I'm sure you are very adept in matrices. I think it'd be splendid to have you come along into the nether sword mound. Maybe we all will have something waiting for us within. Lu Zong finished and turned to face the village chief saying, What do you think, elder? Alright, since you want someone from Tombkeeper village to show you the way within, I hereby allowing Ho and Ye to take all of you into the sword mound. But I have to remind you that the dangers lying within are not something that they're capable of handling, the chief elaborated. I understand, and I have no intentions of troubling them, Lu Zong smiled and said. In that case, better make a move then. The village chief turned and said, I'll send all of you into the sword mound personally. What awaits any of you within is up to you. Beware that the sword mound is not a friendly place, so please do keep your guard up at all times. Thank you for reminding us, Lu Zong replied. He then followed the village chief with his entourage behind, walking in the same direction. Yaya came to stand beside Yi Futian and glanced at him. Yi Futian patted her shoulder and said, Relax, I'm here. Yeah. Yaya nodded lightly. All of them arrived at the back of the village and kept walking. The shadows of the mountains shrouded the ground between them. There was no sunlight to be found. The place was incredibly cold, just like a graveyard. Many stood outside and looked at the graveyard before them, feeling a chilling cold seeping into their bones. They could not help but shivered. There was also a faint, sharp aura seeping out of the place. The shadows before them stretched far, and no one was able to see to their end. Even their spiritual will was blocked out in that place. This is the forbidden ground, the nether sword mound. Countless swords were buried and hidden within. Please remember to be careful. The old man reminded everyone and looked forward with a cold expression. He seemed to be able to see into the terrifying sword matrix deep within the sword mound, as well as the very core of the place itself. A figure sat right there, trapped by extremely fearsome sword matrices. A blood-colored sword was stabbed into the ground, with a terrifying storm whirling around, capable of tearing everything in its path apart. At the very moment, the figure opened his eyes all of a sudden and looked sharp. The one that he had chosen had arrived. Chapter 806. Many from sacred grounds all over the 9 states arrived outside the nether sword mound and finally entered. Many from sacred grounds all over the 9 states arrived outside the nether sword mound and finally entered. Someone from Tombkeeper village, please lead the way, a mighty one from the Hall of Holy Light said. This time it was more than just Yaya Ing and some others coming in. There were also many elders from the village who were with them. 2 elders nodded and took the lead. One of them said, The nether sword mound is filled with danger. One misstep could lead to your death, and not even saints would be spared from such a fate. Anyone who is not adept in the matrices should not enter. If any one of you is not proficient in the art of matrices, it is not too late to back out now. It's fine. If we run into any danger, we believe that the people of Tombkeeper village will have ways to get us out, a mighty one from Daluo Sacred Mountain said coldly. That was the very reason they insisted on having people of the village inside the sword mound. Be careful. Yaya stood beside Yi Futian and reminded him. He nodded and everyone stepped into the dark place, feeling increasingly cold as if a formless cold wind was everywhere around them. The cold wind had the sharpness of swords. Whose graves would these be? Someone asked. They passed by a graveyard as they walked. The followers of the Sword Saint of the Void are all buried here. This is what Tombkeeper Village has been protecting all this while. The elder leading the way answered. Is it? Then what lies within the depths of the Sword Mound? Someone from Chi clan asked. It was apparent that they did not believe what that elder said completely. You're telling me that the people of Tombkeeper Village trained here for years, away from the outside world, just to look after a graveyard? Who's going to buy that? Unknown. We've never ventured deep into the Sword Mound. No one has been able to go that far. The village chief said that the body of the Sword Saint of the Void was buried there. It is said to be a terrifying place out to kill anyone who disturbs the Sword Saint of the Void's slumber. Another answered. Many mighty ones from sacred grounds frowned. These people have been going on about terrifying dangers and little else. Are they trying to dissuade us from going further? According to my knowledge, the Chess Saint saw the Nether Sword Mound personally, and there were people from the village training within. May I ask what that is? Lu Zong asked plainly. That is not considered to be the deeper part just yet. It is said that the deepest part of the Sword Mound has sword aura originating from the void, capable of tearing space itself. There is also a blood-colored crevice with powers to destroy everything. The villager answered. The old man kept repeating the horrifying things to be found within, and even the ones from sacred grounds found things to be eerie. Furthermore, they were able to sense the growing, unforgiving cold coming from the grave, and that made them feel anxious. However, they were still mighty people who came from sacred grounds. Their minds were stable enough to not back out so easily. There had never been such a massive attempt by sacred grounds of the 9 states at venturing into the Nether Sword Mound. They deemed it necessary to reveal the secrets lying within. They knew that Lu Zong and the people of Xihua Sacred Mountain had concerns about the place. As such, they did not choose to simply venture into the Sword Mound on their own, and had instead spread news to inform other sacred grounds. But at the same time, they deemed the attempt to be too important to miss. Could prove to be some turning point after all. All of them had ventured rather deep into the Sword Mound after a while. They were no longer able to see the village when they turned around. Their spiritual powers had no way of penetrating into the place, which was a sure sign that they were already inside the Nether Sword Mound. The number of graves grew, and a sword was found sticking into each and every one of them in an orderly, neat manner. The unforgiving coldness had grown more intense as well. There were many who even became able to vaguely feel the aura of rules about, as if the Sword Mound had such inherent power of rules in it, instead of merely having spiritual qi. Lu Zong did not lie. The inside of the Sword Mound was indeed a sacred training ground like none other. No rule matrices laid in the outside world were even able to compare with the training conditions present in the Sword Mound. Furthermore, the aura of rules grew increasingly clear as they ventured deeper into the place. There were even different wills of rules of different natures found within. What happens if we were to take flight? Someone asked. We're now inside the Matrix's area. Anyone who dares take flight will surely die. Someone from the village said. Beware, something is coming. Someone from the Tombkeeper village lifted their head and saw a killing will descend upon them all of a sudden. Dazzling lights burst, and streaks of sword aura fell on them like rains of swords. Everyone looked up and guarded themselves. Be careful, Yi Futian said in a low voice. Countless dazzling swords descended straight from above, stabbing into the ground. Everyone dodged. Sword will filled the air around, and ringing noises of swords were heard. The ground in that vast space became filled with swords, surrounding all of them within. A dazzling picture appeared in the air, shrouding the place below. Boundless sword will rain down from the picture, resonating with the swords on the ground, making the sword will increasingly strong. A sword diagram. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled, knowing that a matrix had appeared. We're now within a sword matrix, and all of you should be able to sense it by now. The sword matrix is gathering power continuously. The further we go from here, the greater the killing power of the sword matrix, and the greater of the difficulty of breaking said matrix. When the power of the sword matrix reaches a certain point, there will be no way of breaking the matrix, so long as one has insufficient training. Even if one were to find a way to do so, they would die as a result. The people of Tombkeeper Villager reminded. The greater training a master of matrices had, the better their chances at survival. So what if I were to forcefully barge outside? A mighty one of the Hall of Holy Light asked arrogantly. They were able to sense that the power of the sword matrix was not strong enough just yet, and they wondered what would happen if they were to force themselves out. You're welcome to try, the elder from the village replied calmly. Lu Zong looked up at the air above him. What was depicted in the sword diagram was indeed identical to the images that the chess saint had sent him. The chess saint had adapted the sword matrix into his art of chess. There were few in the 9 states who had an understanding of matrices on par with him. Follow my lead to break the matrix, Lu Zong said and acted to break the matrix. All 9 students of the chess saint followed his lead. They were all masters at matrices and knew such matrices well. It was only natural that they were the ones to break the matrix before them. Don't make any sudden moves, Futian said to Wuxia, who was right behind him. Wuxia, I'll do it per the way of chess. You put your shredding rules where I drop the pieces. Will do. Wuxia nodded. A brilliant light appeared behind Futian, and a chessboard appeared. The projection appeared above the matrix and was overlaid right on top of it. The countless swords looked as if they were stabbed into the chessboard itself, corresponding the way of chess. Furthermore, everyone was able to vaguely see that the swords of the matrix turned to look like symbols saying, kill. The killing sword matrix. The chess spirit. Lu Zong glanced at Futian, and all 9 students of the chess saint looked surprised. Futian did not unleash the chess spirit at the chess saint villa back then, but he was able to break the celestial dragon chess game nonetheless. Yang Zhao's expression brightened. If his teacher were looking for a successor, no one would have been more suitable than Futian. However, his teacher was not simply looking for a successor. He was looking to escape the sword mound. Futian willed and many chess pieces dropped onto the board. Wuxia waved his hand almost at the same time, dropping countless swords of rules on the spots where Futian placed his pieces. When all of the swords appeared, a symbol was surprisingly shown, saying break. Wuxia, get on with it, Futian said. Wuxian's mind was still like the surface of a mirror, bringing will power of the sword to bear with his will. The swords turned into a terrifying matrix of destruction in an instant, clashing with the killing matrix. A terrifying storm whipped up in the air, and 2 symbols, the kill and the break symbols, seemed to have clashed with each other. A dazzling light flashed. The kill symbol was dissipated, and the swords before Futian and the others disappeared altogether. A path appears instead. Let's go, Futian stepped forward and moved. What incredible speed! Many looked on feeling impressed. Have you memorized it? Someone from other sacred grounds asked, attempting to mimic Futian's way of breaking the matrix. Every single sacred ground had dispatched masters at matrices on the trip to the Nether Sword Mound. None of them had come unprepared. Indeed, those who were proficient in matrices all nodded and mimicked Futian's way of breaking the matrix. They too were able to quickly break the matrices before them. Go after them, someone said and chased after Futian. Lu Zong and his people were also done breaking the matrix before them. They glanced forward and moved. The aura of rules grew somewhat more intense after breaking the sword matrices. But at the same time, the killing will grew more intense as well. Everyone from the sacred grounds knew that they had stepped into the Nether Sword Mound, and they were fighting the place they were in. The second sword matrix appeared soon, and Futian was able to still easily break it. The third and fourth followed. Everyone was somewhat startled, but they followed Futian closely nonetheless. It became apparent that Futian seemed to be more reliable than the people from Tombkeeper Village. Futian might have gotten the ways of breaking the matrix from the village chief. Futian had been able to easily break the 9 matrices back in Chess Saint Villa last year, and he then went on to break the Celestial Dragon chess game as well. He was given the sword diagrams by the village chief. Regardless of the changes in the sword diagrams, Futian remained totally unfazed. He went on to easily break one sword matrix after another, making it seem like he was having a good time in the sword mound, like the place was his playground. And so, the people from the sacred grounds gradually forgotten that they were inside a forbidden place. They continued moving deeper and deeper, so much so that they no longer knew where they actually were. And how far were they from Tombkeeper Village? The place's ability to block their spiritual power made them lose their sense of judgment. At the moment, the village chief stood quietly all by himself at the entrance of the Nether Sword Mound. His eyes grew to look increasingly demonic in the dark space. His pupils were silver, like they were made of a pair of swords, penetrating the air and gazing at everything happening within the sword mound. He saw Futian and his people, and he was even able to see how they went about breaking the matrix. It was as if his eyes allowed him to penetrate the restricted area directly. No one from a sacred ground probably thought that there was actually someone capable of ignoring the blocking powers of the restricted area, that there was someone capable of seeing everything happening within the restricted area. Well done, a line was heard from the village chief's mouth. Futian was indeed a genius like no other, performing way better than he had expected. Things will go well if he can keep this up. Chapter 807. Futian and his companions had breached 8 matrices, and finally penetrated the Nether Sword Mound. No one was killed and no one was injured, and all the sacred lands were represented by matrix sorcerers, who followed Futian to breach the matrix. It was without difficulty, and they moved easily within this restricted area. Futian and his companions had breached 8 matrices, and finally penetrated the Nether Sword Mound. No one was killed and no one was injured, and all the sacred lands were represented by matrix sorcerers, who followed Futian to breach the matrix. It was without difficulty, and they moved easily within this restricted area. At the moment, the sky was even dimmer in the space they were in. Inside, it seemed to be somewhat different from the outside world, as if it was an independent space. This area was populated with whiffs of different rules, extremely rich ones at that. If one was to comprehend and cultivate here, as long as the talent was fair, it would definitely be easy to break into the sage plane. This realization made the hearts of many from sacred lands quiver. Certainly after returning from this place, it would be a priority to take over its control. It would be an ideal sacred land for cultivation. As Futian walked along, he breached 8 matrices. If assumed correctly, one more breach and they should be entering the core of the Nether Sword Mound. Saint Villa contained 10 matrices with 10 sword diagrams. The last matrix was known as the final analysis, meaning that there would be 9 sword matrices in front with 1 left. Everyone be careful. There may be one last sword matrix before the real Nether Sword Mound is revealed, Lu Zong said. He reckoned that everything they passed until now was just the cemetery outside the Nether Sword Mound, and they had not yet arrived at their true destination. The real Nether Sword Mound could very possibly be behind the last sword matrix. This restricted area is known as a most deadly place, but so far it looks like nothing special, said a young cultivator from the Hall of Holy Light. They had breached 8 matrices and so far everyone was all right. Just then Futian came to a halt and waved to everyone to stop them from moving forward. A brilliant light abruptly flashed from the ground, and a pattern appeared brightly. Then from the darkened earth, an eye-catching blade of light arose. Zing! Ahead of them, a sword emerged from the ground, thrust into the earth blooming terrible sword will. Watch your feet, Futian cautioned. By now, there were dazzling blade of lights blazing everywhere, and swords rising continuously from the ground, sweeping the place with terrible sword will. Everyone evaded and jumped, shifting and changing positions immediately when they felt the sword will underneath their feet. Out of nowhere and in no time, there were countless swords in the ground. They turned into a terrifying sword matrix, surrounding everyone. Above the firmament there was a sword diagram projected downward, but this time the sword upon the diagram was flowing madly, constantly changing positions. Changeable sword matrix. Futian glanced at the sword matrix above the void. This sword matrix was still evolving from the other 9 sword diagrams, but it was continuously modifying the 9 sword diagrams. It was elusive. The difficulty of breaching the matrix had increased exponentially. You will to connect, Futian said. Release your spiritual energy and listen to my commands. Hua Jieyu understood Futian's intention immediately, and her spirit crown bloomed. Instantly, a surge of invisible telekinetic power transformed into countless invisible silk threads, moving toward everyone. At the same time, everyone released their own spiritual energy, and did not block the invasion of Hua Jieyu's telekinesis power. Soon, everyone's spiritual energy seemed to be linked together through Hua Jieyu's will. They emptied their minds, waiting to receive Yi Futian's commands. Will to connect was a special technique of Hua Jieyu's. Yi Futian was also capable of it, but needed to rely on the sounds of Guqin. No need for Yi Futian to speak, but with the turning of his mind, everyone understood him instantly. The group dispersed their positions, and the aura of rules dispersed from them. In Yi Futian's mind, the spirit chessboard emerged, projecting everything from the outside onto the board, using it to breach the matrix. The eyes of everyone else from the other holy lands were focused on Yi Futian and his companions. All they could see was that everyone was moving, and the rule powers animated in different directions. Within the sword matrix, there appeared many other different, interconnecting matrices. Lu Zong glanced with disinterest, then said to the 9 disciples of the chess saint, who were around him, "We should also set about breaching the matrix. This one is different from the ones before. Imitating him won't work." Yang Xiao and the rest were master matrix sorcerers. They understood that for this particular sword matrix, with its ceaseless evolutions, everyone would face different, constantly changing sword matrix. But for the other holy lands, some were still imitating the actions of Yi Futian's. No. Some master matrix sorcerers quickly realized the problem. You need to breach it on your own. Before they could react, those from the barren state had already formed the matrix where they stood, with Yi Futian in the middle like a divine tree, and those from the barren state branches and leaves that spread from the divine tree. Some branches and leaves turned into sharp swords, while others turned into swaggering broadswords, and some even became demonic shadows that shrouded all things. From different directions they began to advance forward, constantly interrupting the sword matrix, slowly pushing into the area canvassed by the sword matrix. The swords screamed, shattered, and were destroyed bit by bit. Many watched Yi Futian and his companions break through the area covered by the sword matrix, then walk out. The positions of the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light changed constantly, but the sword will that surrounded them became stronger and stronger, intertwined with the sword diagram suspended in the void, forming an unbreakable stronghold. "How is it?" Someone asked the master matrix sorcerer in the center. "It's troublesome. The matrix is constantly changing." The master matrix sorcerer seemed strained. Many staffs materialized and were setting up the matrix as well, but the matrix of the staffs was swallowed up gradually. Some were even ripped apart by the sword chi. "At our speed, we should be able to penetrate the sword matrix," a cultivator said. As he stepped forward, a dazzling brilliance burst forth from his body. It was the rule power of light. As soon as he finished, a sharp radiance flashed across his eyes, and he turned into a beam of light and disappeared, rushing forward between the gaps of the sword matrix. The sword matrix that surrounded the front gave forth a light screen, cutting through the expanse, blocking him from moving further. But the cultivator from the Hall of Holy Light threw a punch forward, and suddenly broke through the sword veil as a charging lightning. But at this moment, the sword diagram that hung in the void abruptly exploded into great radiance. Countless swords shot up from the ground on his path, instantly covering the void. Witnessing this scene, many cultivators from the Hall of Holy Lights changed their expressions. Someone shouted, "Be careful, big brother." Just as he finished, above the sword diagram in the void, a light disappeared, and all that was left of it was just a residual shadow. Zing! With a crisp sound, everyone saw a sword falling from the sky, plunging into the other's body, nailing him to the ground. The next instant, endless sword will ruptured and tore him to pieces until nothing was left. Those who witnessed this scene now understood the reason why so many who had ventured into the restricted area and perished at the Nether Sword Mound had left no traces. People from the Hall of Holy Light only felt a coldness. The sword diagram in the void contained the real horror. You were warned not to try to force your way through the sword matrix. Unless you belong to a holy land, you may give it a try. Someone from Tombkeeper Village said up ahead. "You come and breach this matrix," the cultivator from the Hall of Holy Light said, looking at them with razor-sharp focus. "When we are here, we can't protect ourselves either. The matrix here is just as difficult for us." People from Tombkeeper village did not bother with the request, as they were also figuring out a way to breach the matrix. Those from the Hall of Holy Light looked worried. Not long ago, some among them had thought that the Nether Sword Mound had a hollow reputation, but at this moment they were trapped within. The power of the matrix is getting stronger, some cultivators of holy lands said. As time went on, the power of the matrix would only become stronger until even when they had ways to breach the matrix, they would be unable to do so. The Nether Sword Mound was located at the junction of Summer State, Qi State, Feng State and Eastern State. Therefore, the holy lands of these 4 states were almost all present. Coupled with those from Barren State, there were the strongest of the 5 states gathered here. But now all the holy lands were trapped. Aya looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian returned the look. "What are you looking at me for?" "Big brother," Ya cried out. "You won." Yi Futian hurled the words at her and was gone in a flash. He turned around, heading towards the matrix of Tombkeeper village. He actually was able to walk straight into the matrix from the outside. "What are you doing in here?" Ing swept a sideways glance at Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced at him nonchalantly, then looked at the others. "I will lead you to breach the matrix. Its power is increasing, we have to be quick." Yes, the people of Tombkeeper village nodded. They all knew that this young man was chosen by the village chief. "No need," Ing said coldly, looking on edge, but Yi Futian ignored him and began to lead the people to breach the matrix. It didn't take long for the matrix to be cracked, and the people of Tombkeeper village reached safety. "Thank you so much," an elder thanked Yi Futian. "My pleasure," Yi Futian replied casually. "We could have breached the matrix without him." Ing gave Yi Futian another sideways glance. The people of Tombkeeper village looked at Ing and knew that this guy was prejudiced against Yi Futian. Being the second most talented person in Tombkeeper village, besides Yaya, the village chief chose Yi Futian instead of him to inherit the sword diagram, and this rubbed Ing the wrong way. Just then, screams could be heard intermittently. Within the sword matrix there were people continuously losing their lives. Yi Futian looked back and shuddered inside. These were all people from the Holy Lands, who were powerful in their own right in the outside world. But now they had lost their lives here, perishing without a trace. At this juncture, a group of people dashed out of the sword matrix. It was Lu Zong and his party, the people of Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou dynasty. When Yi Futian saw this, he couldn't help but be surprised. These 2 major forces seemed to have united together, and in addition to the 9 disciples of the Chess Saint, that was equivalent to 3 holy lands of the Eastern State. Glass Saint and Sky Saint did not participate, therefore all the power of the Eastern State was on Lu Zong's side. At this time a dreadful aura descended. Yi Futian looked in that direction and saw blinding beams of light bursting out. The next moment, a line of figures forced its way through the matrix. In the midst of the void, a terrible slaughtering sword exploded from the sky. It was a sword that could slaughter everything. However, beams of rays pierced the sky and turned into a sword of holy light that went straight to heaven and penetrated the void. It collided with the slaughtering sword. Afterward, both disappeared, and a storm of destruction raging above the firmament. Next, a group of people scrambled out of the scope of the sword matrix, away from the confines of the sword diagram. They were the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light. They reappeared unhinged and flustered. One of them held a sword whose blade bloomed immense glory. A holy sword. Forcible breach. Yi Futian revealed an air of surprise. This was to disregard the balance of the sword matrix, and forcing a way out with the help of a divine implement. However, by the look of it, the Hall of Holy Light paid a heavy price and lost almost half of its people. After that, all holy lands came out one after the other. Xia Clan, 9 State College, Jixia Holy Palace, Qi Clan, and Yu Clan were all able to breach the matrix. Clearly, there were true masters of matrices among them. Other holy lands like the Hall of Holy Light forced their way out. For the latter, they suffered heavy losses, and many cultivators lost their lives within the matrix. Even those who were able to breach the matrix had lost their people in the process. Everyone had a terrible look on their faces. They had speculated that this matrix was the last one before reaching the heart of Nether Sword Mound, but it was also here that they paid a painful price. If it was as they thought, They should have reached the heart of the nether sword mound by now. An extremely chilled air enveloped everyone. Upon the land, as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but swords. Chapter 808. Everyone who was there looked in that direction, and it was a terrifying scenario. Everyone who was there looked in that direction, and it was a terrifying scenario. Above the firmament, there was an incredibly dreadful matrix diagram, shielding the sky. Endless sword will came falling down, and there were terrifying swords from the void above to the earth below, as far as the eye could see. There were 9 ancient nether swords, each about 100 meters high, that traversed between heaven and earth, slamming down. It was a super tenacious sword matrix that reached the sky, and underneath it, the figure of Chess Saint was trapped within. Around his body, there seemed to be millions of chess pieces distributed in every corner of that world. Each piece contained appalling power, equivalent to that of a sword. A great and boundless chessboard floated within the expanse, with Chess Saint sitting upon the chessboard. His body was 100 meters tall, akin to a statue of an ancient god in situ, but unable to move, as if with the slightest carelessness, he would meet his end. Even more frightening was that the sword will within the sword diagram seemed to be without end, with a constant flow of sword will pouring downward that rendered its power stronger and stronger. Chess Saint was able to utilize the strength of Saint Plane to set up a superstructure to keep himself from being annihilated by the sword matrix. However, the longer it went, even a saint would be exhausted eventually and die inside the matrix. People from all the holy lands were shaken to the core. Truly, even a strong practitioner of the Saint Plane was trapped here, unable to extricate himself from such a predicament. Hence the pretext of sitting for a peaceful death was in fact all but a cry for help. Yang Xiao and his party of 9 stepped forward, but just then the Chess Saint opened his eyes. Though the eyes were still spirited and dazzling like that of the gods, there was now fatigue showing in them. "Stop," a voice said like thunder in clear sky, causing Yang Xiao and the others to stand still. "Look underneath your feet. Any further will cost you your lives." The voice of Chess Saint chimed again. Yang Xiao and the others looked at each other solemnly and looked down. They then felt a wretched aura fostering. "Be careful." Yi Futian was working the freedom meditation that sharpened his perception greatly. He warned those around him as he sensed the impending danger. This place would be deadlier than all they had experienced before. People from all the holy lands were solemnly waiting. They had lost the ease they had previously when they were able to breeze through the past 8 matrices. The profound lesson they learned from the 9th sword matrix was still fresh in their memory. Chess Saint, who may be the most powerful master matrix sorcerer in all of the 9 states, had been trapped by this place, so it was not hard to conceive how mighty this sword matrix really was. "Look there." Someone followed the sword matrix that had trapped the Chess Saint and saw that the sword will, along with the sword diagram, were from the same origin, the bloody sword eye. A giant sword was inserted into the ground, and all about the sword there permeated an extremely ancient air, faintly smelling of blood, as if the sword had been stained with interminable gore. The sword will from the sword eye flowed to the giant sword, and the giant sword released the airflow of the endless way of the sword, where it went on to imbue the entire nether sword mound. Even the sword matrix that had trapped the Chess Saint seemed to be born out of that giant sword. Just then, a pair of frightening frosty gleams shot out from the sword, and everyone felt bone-chilling frigidity. They actually saw a pair of eyes. Eyes on the giant sword. In that instant they felt that the sword was not just a sword but held life within it. "Is that sword alive or am I hallucinating?" someone whispered. "No, you are not," someone replied. Everyone's heart was beating wildly, and they felt they were being watched by a pair of eyes. Then blades of light of incomparable splendor shone and bloomed, appearing in every corner around them. Where they stood was the location of the sword matrix. In the expanse above them, clouds were twisting and changing color. At the location of the bloody sword eye, endless streams of the way of the sword flowed in that void, as if to lock everyone in place. "Is it too late to quit now?" someone asked quite seriously. Many had the idea that this might be where they would bury their bones. At this point someone took a step back. Just one step, and instantly it seemed to have caught the attention of the giant sword. In a moment, he only felt a biting coldness piercing through him. An acute murderous intent had already locked onto him. Oops! A thought manifested in his mind, and his body instantly retreated. But above the void, in the slow-moving airflow of the way of the sword, a sword diagram suddenly materialized, and a sword plunged from the sky. Zing! The sword penetrated the void and slashed through thin air. The practitioner who belonged in the rank of magi did not even have the chance to scream before he was nailed in place, and his body immediately torn to pieces by the sword chi. The hearts of people beat violently, and no one dared to move again, their feet firmly rooted in the ground. This sword matrix will not take the initiative to attack, but every step is an opportunity for a kill. One wrong step means death. Chess Saint-eyed everyone. His voice came out of the sword matrix, sending chills to those who heard him. Every step was an opportunity for a kill. Perhaps Chess Saint also took the wrong step. Even a saint could be trapped by the sword matrix after taking the wrong step. Although he was not killed on the spot, neither could he leave, and if he did not get out soon, death was imminent. Master, how can we help you to get out? Yang Xiao asked. He was not concerned about his own safety, but that of the chess saint. I have already transformed the sword matrix into a chess game. Help Lu Zong to take that sword. Chess Saint eyes drifted toward the giant sword underneath the sword eyes. This sword rules all the sword matrices within the nether sword mound. Gain control of the sword, and the matrices may disappear. Yang Xiao and the others nodded. Back when they laid out the Celestial Dragon chess game to find the one who could solve it, they understood that whoever solved the game that the 9 of them had laid out would imply that person's chess ability surpassed them. So now that the master asked them to assist Lu Zong was not an unreasonable request. All 9 of them looked at Lu Zong and saw that a golden light bloomed behind him. There was the faint shadow of a golden Buddha that superimposed over him, and then integrated as one with his body. His hands were together to form a Buddha's seal. It was a seal of wisdom. Suddenly Lu Zong was able to understand all things on the outside world, and gained a clearer understanding of the laws and the ways of the matrix within the universe. This matrix harbored the 8 trigrams and 5 elements of the ancient mystic of divination, concealing the way of heaven and earth, and have integrated all the ways of the matrix. You will need to use everything you have learned to breach the matrix. Do not throw your lives away. Chess Saint regarded Lu Zong deeply and said, Lu Zong, you are in charge. I will do everything I can, Lu Zong replied. He then took a step forward, and when this step fell, a dazzling blade of light appeared but then dimmed. The position was taken over by Lu Zong. All right, the eyes of many sparked. For this matrix, one wrong step meant death. And now Lu Zong took a step with such confidence. It seemed that because he had solved the Celestial Dragon chess game cast by Chess Saint, he was already familiar with this matrix. The reason for his coming today was to breach the matrix. Gate of Life. Futian looked at the position where Lu Zong walked to and commented. He had cultivated diligently at the Chess Saint Villa to study the way of the matrix, so all this was familiar to him. Naturally, he recognized the step and the position that Lu Zong took was the Gate of Life in the mystic divination. Uncle, the divinatory symbols can predict good or evil. If so, can't you also speculate if that step is the right one or not? Futian asked Sage Wanxiang. They both stood in the same place without moving. Simple predictions of good and evil are meaningless. For example, if the pace you take can avoid the evil, but what of it after? Even if it is auspicious, the entire layout can still collapse because this is a matrix after all. It's different than astrology. Sage Wanxiang continued, of course we can also combine your matrix with my divination, and we will have a more certain chance of winning. Futian nodded. The sword is moving, the matrix is constantly evolving, you are right, to breach it would require the overview of the whole picture and to control the overall situation. One good step means nothing. Even if you walked many steps safely, if in the end you could not breach it and get stuck, it would still be death. People from all the Holy Lands had not moved, or rather, they dare not move. In fact, they had truly experienced the danger of the place, and now the thought of retreat was on their mind. But they were stuck in the middle, already in the midst of the matrix with no way to turn back. Finally, they understood why Nether Sword Mound was known as the most murderous place and that no one ever returned alive, unless it was someone like Lu Zong, who had been mentored by Chess Saint, who transformed Sword Matrix into a chess matrix and passed it on to him, therefore giving him the chance to retreat. For the rest of them it was impossible. You came too. Chess Saint, who was trapped by the Sword Matrix, looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked up at that figure of the saint, enormous as the gods, and called out, "Sir." He had entered the ancient hall of the Chess Saint to cultivate before, so it was natural that Chess Saint recognized him. You cracked the Celestial Dragon chess game, so it's no wonder you can enter this place. Chess Saint continued, you and Lu Zong join forces, assisting him in breaching the Matrix. If I get out of this one, I will not forget your role in it. Yi Futian looked at the Chess Saint and responded, Lu Zong and I each have our own ideas about the solutions to the Matrix, and they may be in conflict and cause confusion. But Lu Zong is unparalleled in the arts of the Matrix and solved the Celestial Dragon chess game left by you. In addition to being your true successor, he will surely have the best chance to breach the Matrix. I am here respectfully awaiting your release. His voice was calm and there was no falseness in it. If he and Lu Zong were to breach in Matrix together and they had a difference in opinion, who was to listen to whom? Would Lu Zong be willing to ask people from the barren state to give the breach a try? Because of this, it was impossible to join forces. And he was also sure that many would lose their lives in the process during Lu Zong's attempt to breach. Even so, the Matrix was still a hard one to crack. That day at the Chess Saint Villa, Lu Zong was able to crack the Celestial Dragon chess game because Li Kaishan deliberately made a wrong move. If it were not so, it would still be unknown whether the Celestial Dragon chess game would have been solved. Now, the power of this sword matrix was obviously stronger than the Celestial Dragon chess game. The difficulty of breaking the matrix was greater, and there could be no mistakes. A false step would cost a person's life. Under the circumstances, it would be impossible to make such a promise to Chess Saint, to disregard the lives of the people of the barren state in order to save Chess Saint. Even if Yi Futian were to breach the matrix himself, if he was without confidence, he would retreat. Compared to breach the matrix, the lives of the people of the barren state were far more important to him. Chapter 809. Chess Saint cast an indifferent gaze at Yi Futian, said nothing, and looking at Lu Zong. He was unparalleled in the art of matrix, but at the moment, he was trapped under the sword diagram with a horrifying great matrix bearing pressure on top of him that could take his life at any moment. He could not divert his attention to instructing Lu Zong on how to breach the matrix. Moreover, the matrix was constantly evolving, and not being within the matrix, along with having his spiritual will blocked, prevented him from peering into the matrix, leaving him on the sidelines with nothing to do but watch. Chess Saint cast an indifferent gaze at Yi Futian, said nothing, and looking at Lu Zong. He was unparalleled in the art of matrix, but at the moment, he was trapped under the sword diagram with a horrifying great matrix bearing pressure on top of him that could take his life at any moment. He could not divert his attention to instructing Lu Zong on how to breach the matrix. Moreover, the matrix was constantly evolving, and not being within the matrix, along with having his spiritual will blocked, prevented him from peering into the matrix, leaving him on the sidelines with nothing to do but watch. Even so, being a strong cultivator of the Saint Plane, Chess Saint was able to face this predicament while remaining cool and collected. His godlike body implanted in the midst of the destructive sword matrix, that terrifying sword matrix seemed to be able to destroy all but had not been able to consume him yet. Lu Zong had begun the breach of the matrix, leading the groups from Xihua Sacred Mountain, Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and the 9 disciples of Chess Saint into the matrix, step by step. Lu Zong was quite accomplished in the ways of the matrix, and with the support of the 9 disciples of Chess Saint, it seemed that even this impossible sword matrix, where every step could spell death, could not stop them from moving forward. Everyone was advancing, standing in different positions, and seemed to be in the formation of the matrix also. Yi Futian observed quietly. He was in no hurry. He would let Lu Zong go and try it first. People from other holy lands stood in the same place without moving. Although each holy land had master matrix sorcerers present, At times such as this, without absolute certainty, who dared to take the risk? They even hoped that Lu Zong would be able to breach the matrix, so that they would have the opportunity to extricate themselves instead of being trapped here, unable to move. There was an elder who led the cultivators of the Xia clan because he wanted to investigate the Nether Sword Mound. He was also a powerful cultivator within the saint and sage ranking. Have you observed something strange about the sword? The elder of the Xia clan asked those around him. Yes. Everyone nodded. It's as if it's alive and can detect our movements. All the sword matrices seem to be set up by this sword. Have you ever heard of the rumors regarding the Nether Swordsman? The elder asked again, and everyone shook their heads as they continued to listen to the old man. There were rumors that there were 2 sword slaves under the Nether Swordsman. Both were of the Saint Plane. One died and the other sacrificed to the word and became the body of the sword. Sword slaves are all of the Saint Plane. Many trembled at the thought. There are different ranks within the Saint Plane. The Nether Swordsman was known as possessing an unparalleled method of Saint Plane. So how is it strange? The old man spoke lightly. The sages were above many others and treated them as subordinates, which was the same in all holy lands of the 9 states. You mean? Somebody stared at the giant sword, their heart pounding fiercely. Sacrifice the body to the sword and turn it into the sword itself. Then to feel the aura emanated from the sword, ancient and lethal, as if stained with endless blood. The master of all swords that could control all the sword will of heaven and earth, and turned it into sword diagrams and sword matrices. If it was really as people had surmised, that such a sword was located in this place, then what would that mean? No one knew, and perhaps no one would be able to solve the mystery. They've breached one sword realm, someone said, looking at Lu Zong. Lu Zong could be seen leading the cultivators of all 3 parties, solidifying a matrix of their own, breaking into the depths of the sword matrix. Where they passed, a field of sword matrix had been annihilated and turned safe. Is it true that he can breach this staunch sword matrix? Many trembled inside. The space was enclosed with endless murderous sword will. Lu Zong and his group continued pushing forward. But there was still a long way to go. Right then a cultivator of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty took a step, and just when his foot touched the ground, a devastating exhalation descended from the sky above. His heart violently beat, and as he looked up, a streak of horrifying sword will fell on him like lightning. A soft hiss and he was pulverized without a trace. Dead. One wrong step means death. Lu Zong and the others stared, and the air suddenly became incomparably heavy. Apparently in this terrifying matrix, even someone as accomplished as Lu Zong could still make a mistake. Lu Zong stood there looking slightly awkward. He looked in the direction of the people from the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. This is the real core of the sword matrix here at Nether Sword Mound. If it can be breached, there's a chance to take the divine sword, or even taking control of the Nether Sword Mound, as well as help to rescue our Eastern State forebear, Chess Saint. But every step here is full of danger, and even I do not have absolute certainty. Although Saint and the Sacred King made a pact, if the Sacred King of the Great Zhou dynasty wishes to withdraw now, I will not object. The countenance on those from the Great Zhou sacred dynasty was gloomy. After all, the one who died was one of their own, a member of the Golden Phoenix Army, whose bloodline was that of the nobles of the sacred dynasty. Of course, if this matrix is not breached, I'm afraid we will all perish here. Lu Zong continued. Go ahead then, Zhou Du of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty said. Zhou Du was the older half-brother of Zhou Ye and Zhou Yu, son of the Great Zhou sacred king, who was of the top-ranking Magi plane, and only one step from Sage plane. Because his spiritual talent was extremely elevated and his strength unyielding, he was the leader of the delegates from the Great Zhou sacred dynasty, and he had volunteered. The Great Zhou sacred king was a king of the sacred dynasty and had many sons. Even so, he was reluctant to put his children at risk, so the task of entering the Forbidden Land was on a voluntary basis. However, Zhou Du and the others ventured into the Nether Sword Mound because the order was issued by the Sacred King himself, and was therefore of great importance. He clearly took the matter of the Nether Sword Mound extremely seriously, and so they were willing to give it a try here. Very well. Lu Zong nodded. We will take turns one step each so the chances are equal. If the step is wrong, then it was only fate. Everyone nodded, but Zhou Du had some reservations. The person who led the mission was Lu Zong. Naturally, the disciples of Chess Saint could not afford to die. Between Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Lu Zong might be more inclined to protect Xihua Sacred Mountain. With Lu Zong's accomplishment in matrices, he would be able to detect which step was more dangerous than others. But he obviously could not voice his suspicions out loud. Lu Zong continued with the breach of the matrix, and the group continued pushing forward. They had now gone deep into the belly of the matrix, step by step, moving toward the giant sword. Their objective was clear. In the process of the breach, there were fatalities in succession. Among them, the death rate of those from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was significantly higher than that of Xihua Sacred Mountain. The 9 disciples of Chess Saint were experts of matrices themselves, so they were able to make some calculations and stayed safe. Incidentally, the fallen were weaker cultivators and not the most pivotal of the party. Under such circumstances, it was clear to everyone what was happening, but no one could pin the blame on anyone. Between life and death, who would not make the most beneficial action and the smallest sacrifice? I quit, a voice called out. It was a young strong cultivator from the Golden Phoenix Army. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt stares on him, giving him a great sense of pressure. Zhou Yan, how dare you, Zhou Zi scolded. I give up continuing the breach. If I don't know how many of us from Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty will be able to walk out of here, so I opt to retreat. Zhou Yan looked at Zhou Zi firmly. Not long ago before this, his brother had perished in the sword matrix. Besides, he could feel that it would soon be his turn to be used to explore and test the most dangerous places. Even if the matrix would finally be breached, he would still be dead. Obviously, he was not willing to be expandable. I agree with Zhou Yan, someone else piped up. Also a member of the Golden Phoenix Army. He looked sharply at Lu Zong, with a clear sense of disapproval. Thereafter, the voices of dissent continued. Many from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty declined to continue. What did they have anything to do with the mission of rescuing Chess Saint? Even though the Sacred King had assigned tasks to them, compared to their lives, what could be more important? It's falling apart, everyone thought to themselves. Lu Zong had already advanced more than halfway, which was extraordinary, but even so, people's hearts were no longer in it. Not only had those from the Great Sacred Zhou Dynasty began to give up, but even the people of Xihua Sacred Mountain began to tire. They should have never come here. This mission was too dangerous. They had thought that with all the holy lands banding together, they could vanquish even the Forbidden Land. But now it seemed that they made a grievous mistake. Lu Zong looked perturbed and said, "We have already lasted this long, why give up now? But I won't force anyone who's not willing to continue." After that, he continued with the breach. Some followed and some did not. Futian quietly took everything in. His eyes had a strange luster to them. He was working the freedom meditation. At the same time in his mind, there was a humongous chessboard playing the moves deduced by Lu Zong, trying to find the solution to breach the matrix, but it was so far unsuccessful. Time passed by bit. This murderous space seemed especially silent. Only the whistling of the sword chi could be heard in the sky. After a while, Zhou Du stopped, a look of humiliation on his face. He said, "We can give up now." Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had suffered great and painful losses. He distinctly felt that the more they approached the end, the stronger the pressure from Lu Zong would become. Even if the matrix was really breached, it might very well be on the lives of all the people from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Lu Zong still did not give up and continued with Yang Xiao and the others. They stepped closer and closer to the giant sword, but the terrifying sword's matrix was surrounding them, turning into an immensely powerful will to slay. "I can't get through." Lu Zong closed his eyes and was disappointed to the core. Yang Xiao and the rest also felt that they had been mistaken. This method could not breach the matrix. Chess Saint also revealed a look of disappointment. Just as anticipated, there was no miracle. When he was here, he too took a wrong step so that he lost everything. Even though Lu Zong was outstanding, the matrix was still beyond him. Then, on to the second method as a last resort. Lu Zong, Yang Xiao, come back and see if you can open a gap in the sword matrix that trapped me. I will try to use matrix against matrix, Chess Saint said. A flash crossed Lu Zong's eyes, but he nodded nonetheless. Yes, master. Yang Xiao and others complied. Li Kaishan bowed his head slightly, a keen look in his eyes. Lu Zong and the rest had begun to retreat. At the moment, a safe area emerged in the matrix. In addition to Lu Zong's expertise in matrices, retreat was not a problem. But right then Yi Futian stepped out toward the matrix. Behind Yi Futian and Sage Wanxiang, starlight twinkled, and a star wheel rotated, revealing a resplendent astrological phenomenon of divinatory symbols in the void. Suddenly, all eyes were now on Sage Wanxiang, the master astrologer. But astrologers were known for their short lifespan, so it was fitting that an astrologer should be involved at this point of the breach. Soon, there was a region where the sword chi had been smashed, and the swords that were in the earth dissipated, which made many people look especially relieved. Yi Futian and his companions stood in different positions, moving forward in formation. Obviously, Yi Futian was as equally accomplished in the art of matrices as Lu Zong. No. Quickly, Yi Futian returned to where he was before, and abruptly, the sword matrix evolved once again, as if everything he had done before was in vain. Again. Yi Futian continued his attempt to move forward, cautiously letting Sage Wanxiang reveal good or evil before taking each step. It was not that he was not confident in himself, but he would not gamble with the lives of those from the barren state, so he would only step into the matrix if he was absolutely certain. It's still not right. Yi Futian attempted a few more times in a row and turned back each time. The chessboard in his mind calculated wildly, but the outcome of each one was a failure. It's impossible for you to breach this matrix. Come over and help me. At this instant, a voice called out, causing Yi Futian to turn his eyes to the direction of Chess Saint. At the moment, Yang Xiao and the others, the cultivators from Xihua Sacred Mountain, and the people of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty stood in different positions under the sword diagram that trapped Chess Saint. Yi Futian's pupils contracted slightly. He was preoccupied with breaching the matrix before, and did not pay much attention to the situation there. But now perceiving the scene in front of him, he had a slight premonition of something going terribly wrong. Looking at the sword diagram above Chess Saint, and in his mind the chessboard continued its calculations, and the situation was presented in the spirit chessboard. His expression changed quickly. Allow the people of the barren state to help rescue me, and you can be a successor of mine. I will pass the way of the matrix on to you and keep an eye on the welfare of the barren state. Chess Saint continued, with the capabilities of Lu Zong and Yang Xiao, coupled with your expertise in matrices and the strong practitioners of the barren state, I have a 90% certainty to be freed. Naturally, I believe you. With all due respect, at this moment I am deep in the matrix, so I will try to breach this one first, and perhaps then there will an opportunity to extricate you. Yi Futian refused diplomatically. Insolence. Chess Saint's voice was icy, and he gazed at Yi Futian. I already said that it's impossible for you to breach that sword matrix. Except for me, no one can do it. Now help me quickly. Like a god, his voice conveyed the absolute authority of a saint, and no one dared to disobey his tyrannical command. Those from the barren state frowned. Chess Saint was the one trapped, and yet he dared to be this demanding? As if the people of the barren state were in debt to him? Unfortunately, I am unable to comply, Yi Futian replied. He looked at Zhou Gongzi, wondering if he should warn him. But the Chess Saint was his master. If he chose not to heed it, what then? How dare you? The Chess Saint spoke coldly. Do you know the consequences for disobeying my orders? As soon as he finished speaking, the air was filled with a subtle fear that made people's hearts palpitate. Yi Futian looked extremely conflicted. His eyes swept toward those from Xihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Yang Xiao, and the others. He said, if you want to live, retreat quickly now. Everyone was stunned and looked at Yi Futian. What did it mean? Chess Saint's eyes flashed an exceedingly cold intent to kill when he heard what was said. Brother Yi, Zhou Gongzi called out. He did not understand. Zhou Gongzi, you should know that I have read extensively in the field of matrix formations, and I have integrated that knowledge and comprehended its ways. There is a lesser-known matrix called Sacrificial matrix. In the calculation I just made, where you are all standing is roughly in the formation of a sacrificial matrix. Yi Futian said, your master chess saint set you up to come here, to make you a sacrifice so he can be freed. Chapter 8:10. Yi Futian's words were like a jolt of lightning, causing Yang Xiao and the others to feel confused. Yi Futian's words were like a jolt of lightning, causing Yang Xiao and the others to feel confused. Their master wanted to use them as a sacrifice? Presently, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and Xihua Sacred Mountain had experts standing in the matrix where the chess saint was trapped in. Their expressions all paled, and they looked towards the chess saint. Even though they were prejudiced against Yi Futian, they still took his words in and were cautious. Master Yang Zhao's wife, the chess saint's third disciple, called out. She looked towards the chess saint with a pale expression. In reality, she had been practicing the art of the matrix with her master since young. Although her master had never taught them these kinds of sacrificial matrices, she had felt that the location that their group was standing was ominous. The people from the various holy lands looked towards the chess saint. At that moment it was like time had stopped. Yi Futian's expression was extremely piercing. It turned out that from the start, the chess saint had never trusted that anyone could help him break free from this extraordinary sword matrix, even if they could solve the celestial dragon chess game. How could someone do what he could not? So the chess saint had created a setup in the chess saint villa to select a suitable candidate. Under those circumstances, he did not even need to consider who he should pick between him and Lu Zong. Lu Zong was someone with ambition, and he could bring Xihua Sacred Mountain's experts into the sacrificial matrix. From Lu Zong's current position, Yi Futian knew that the chess saint and Lu Zong must have had come to an agreement. Otherwise, he would not sacrifice the Xihua Sacred Mountain and Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's experts. Of course, just like when they were solving the matrix previously, the most crucial few like Zhou Du and Zhou Ye were all in safe locations. Evidently, Lu Zong did not dare to make two reckless moves. Yi Futian even wondered if Saint Xihua knew about this setup. If he did not, how was Lu Zong to account for the death of the Xihua Sacred Mountain's experts after the chess saint was released? Yi Futian knew that once he said those words, he had offended the chess saint completely. However, how could he agree to letting the chess saint use the barren state as a sacrifice? Since that was the case, he could only fall out with the chess saint and make Yang Xiao and the rest escape, not allowing the chess saint's plan to come to fruition. Nonsense. Look clearly, what is this matrix? A terrifying light shot out of the chess saint's eyes, and instantly, the surrounding people felt a formless force, as though a strong magnetic force was pulling them in. A frightening force flowed from the chess saint onto their bodies. Why are you not retreating? Do you want to die? Yi Futian shouted. Retreat. The people from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were the most decisive and retreated immediately. Regardless of whether it was a sacrificial matrix, they had no obligation to help the chess saint escape. The people from Xihua Sacred Mountain also started to retreat. However, just as they were about to leave, the sword matrix of the void surrounded them. All of them were trapped in the matrix. The giant chessboard descended from the skies. At that moment they were like pieces on the board. The sword diagram's force that had targeted the chess saint all rushed towards them. Master, why? Yang Zhao's expression was pale as he stared at his master. How could he not understand what he had been caught up in? The 9 of them had always been proud of their master. Even after their master had been trapped, they continued to follow his orders and follow Lu Zong into the Forbidden Land to save him despite the danger. The Holy Lands had come for the secret of the Nether Sword Mound while they had come to save the chess saint. However, their master had set up a ploy to use them as a sacrifice. The heavens are the chessboard and the masses are its pieces. I am willing to become a chess player. This is the way of chess. The chess saint's voice was solemn, and there was no trace of hesitation in his eyes. He had cultivated for many years to become a saint that was revered by the masses. He entered the forbidden land of the Nether Sword Mound for the 9 states #1 matrix, but he was not willing to be trapped in the Nether Sword Mound. I do not understand, Yang Xiao replied. That is why you cannot become a saint, the chess saint said coolly. Yang Xiao, master has always had high expectations for you. But your disposition is weak. If you enter the Saint Plane, you could have lent me a hand without me having to do this. Cultivation is to plunder, plundering the Tao of the heavens. Many experts from Holy Lands reeled at the chess saint's words. Was cultivation really to plunder? If the chess saint felt that cultivation was plundering the Tao of the heavens, what else would he not plunder? The heavens were the chessboard, but he wanted to be the player. What is the point of cultivating in such a heartless Tao? Yi Futian had an ashen expression as he asked. He was slower in the end. He did not expect the chess saint to be so decisive and activate the matrix immediately, causing those who tried to retreat to be trapped. Evidently, the chess saint had made adequate preparations. The path of Tao is originally heartless. Do you even know cultivation? The chess saint glanced at Yi Futian with a frigid expression. This bastard could actually see through the sacrificial matrix. It was no wonder that he did not end up as his chess piece. Without the people of the barren state, the strength of the sacrificial matrix would weaken significantly, and he was much less confident. Moreover, he had no choice but to activate it prematurely because of Yi Futian. At that moment, through his icy stare, Yi Futian was like a dead man to him. Seeing the chess saint's stare full of killing intent, Yi Futian casually turned around and did not look at the chess saint. He knew what he had to do. If the chess saint really broke loose, he would die a terrible death. He needed to find a way to break through the matrix in order to have a chance at survival. Yang Xiao, for all of you to die for me, you have nothing to regret. The chess saint's voice sounded throughout the area, causing many people from the various holy lands to feel chills down their spine. If it had not been for the chess saint's order to not attack the barren statespeople, or perhaps he had done it to borrow their strength for the sacrificial matrix, his threats and temptation towards Yi Futian was to make the people from the barren state enter the sacrificial matrix. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the chess saint moved. He wanted to rush out of the matrix diagram, but the sword diagram's force crushed down with terrifying swordsmanship towards a direction. Over there, one of the great Zhou sacred dynasty's experts shouted in agony, as he was crushed to smithereens and a chess piece replaced him to withstand the attack for the chess saint. Chess saint, you dare kill the people from the great Zhou sacred dynasty? Even if you escape today, the sacred king will not let you off. Another person from the great Zhou sacred dynasty said coldly. As his voice landed, a terrifying force rushed towards him, killing him off. At the same time, more pressure was lifted off the chess saint. To the chess saint, his number one priority now was to get out. Everything else was secondary. Moreover, he had tried his best to keep the sacrifices to a minimum. However, if it came down to it, he could kill everyone. If he did not, he would end up dead in the matrix. He really has the chance to destroy the matrix. The people from the various holy lands stared at the chess saint. His mastery in matrices was originally already unrivaled in the 9 states. Even though he was trapped in the sword matrix, he did not die and was able to confront the sword matrix. Now that many experts had entered the sacrificial matrix, he could divert the sword matrix's force towards them and break the balance, allowing him a chance to escape. What would happen if the chess saint managed to escape? Would he be able to destroy the sword matrix? Their gazes turned towards Yi Futian. They saw Yi Futian also attempting to destroy the matrix, but he did not borrow Sage Wanxiang's strength any longer. There was no more time. He could not afford to use divination for every step he took. His speed was fast, but he had repeatedly returned to the starting point with a grim expression. He could not destroy it. There were no weak points in the matrix. There was no flaw in the matrix. It was even more terrifying than the Celestial Dragon chess game. Although he had the sword diagram, he had not completely comprehended the 10th sword diagram. Otherwise, he would have entered the Forbidden Land a long time ago and not waited so long. However, the arrival of the people from the various holy lands forced his hand and he could only enter. In his head, he advanced the movements of the chess board at a terrifying pace, but it was pointless. At that moment he turned around. A heart-wrenching sound was heard as a terrifying sword will impaled Yang Zhao's wife's body. The number 1 beauty of Yujing City gradually became ethereal. She looked at the figure in the air that was emitting boundless light with a vengeance. That was the person that she respected the most, but he had ended her life in such a way. Tears trickled down her face as she took one final look at Yang Xiao before disappearing. "Sister," the other shouted, but in the next moment, sword wills descended one after the other, and the chess saint's disciples all died and crumbled to dust. Soon, there were only 3 people left among the 9 disciples. They were Yang Xiao, Li Kaishan, and Zhou Gongzi. Yang Xiao was an expert on the sage and saint ranking, so his resilience was the strongest. Zhou Gongzi was the weakest, so he could not provide much strength, even if he was sacrificed. As such, the chess saint could not be bothered to sacrifice him, so he was spared. Conversely, Li Kaishan actually retreated from the matrix. "You knew." Yang Xiao shouted at Li Kaishan with a cold tone. "Big brother for master. Die with no regrets." Li Kaishan looked at Yang Xiao and said, "Why don't you die instead?" Zhou Gongzi shouted out. With his personality, seeing his brothers and sisters die in front of him was enough to send him into a frenzy. When he looked at his imposing master, it was like looking at a demon. How awful! The people from the various holy lands saw the scene and thought, incredulous. Immediately, one of the chess pieces in the air was destroyed and a sword chi descended from the sky. "Watch out!" Yi Futian shouted. However, in front of him, a person from Tombkeeper village was killed on the spot, causing Yi Futian's expression to become pale. The rustling sword currents were unbelievably wild as the chess saint and the sword figure were at a stalemate. Around the two of them, an alarming whirlpool appeared and the chess pieces cut off the earth while the sword veil blocked off the air. The destructive air current rampaged in the area. But even so, the chess saint still wanted to kill Yi Futian and his friends. "Uncle Fong." Yaya's expression was pale as she shouted, "If you enter the sacrificial matrix, perhaps you might not die," the chess saint said in a cold voice. Yaya's gaze turned icy as her eyes turned crimson like blood, and it was as though there was a sword in her eyes. Around her body, a terrifying sword will flowed and her body gradually rose into the air with an ancient aura. At that moment, the sword will in the air seemed to resonate with the one around her body. The sense of familiarity was becoming even stronger. Yaya raised her head and looked at the blood-colored sword in the air. The same scene also appeared in her eyes, and at that moment, her blood-colored eyes let out a gleaming light that was extremely brilliant. Behind her eyes, countless sword wills appeared in the air and turned into a horrifying storm that moved towards Yaya. Not just that, but the sword matrix in the air seemed to have formed a resonance with her. The matrix let out a brilliant light as though it had been activated. Yi Futian raised his head and looked towards Yaya. He was not too shocked as he had his conjectures previously. The chess saint looked towards Yaya, and an extremely sharp glint appeared in his eyes. The matrix had been activated, so that was why. No wonder he could not destroy the matrix, as the matrix in this area was a dead matrix. "Lu Zong, she's a spiritual body. Take her down and stand in her position to destroy the matrix," the chess saint shouted. Yaya was likely to be the sword spiritual body or the matrix spiritual body, so she was the crux of the matrix. The nether sword mound actually had 2 foundations, the main sword matrix and this last, who was the core of the matrix. Chapter 8:11. Lu Zong looked towards Yaya, but he saw Yi Futian look at him, then said, "Shihua Sacred Mountain's Lu Zong should have no part in the chess saint's escape?" He intentionally said this because he wanted to see if Lu Zong actually dared to do it. Lu Zong looked towards Yaya, but he saw Yi Futian look at him, then said, "Shihua Sacred Mountain's Lu Zong should have no part in the chess saint's escape?" He intentionally said this because he wanted to see if Lu Zong actually dared to do it. If he stepped in, it would mean that he had actually participated in the chess saint's escape plan. If that was so, would Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty let him off? Lu Zong's gaze landed on Yi Futian as he said, "The chess saint is a saint. How many saints are there in the 9 states? Every saint playing cultivator is a treasure to the 9 states. Since the situation is like it is now, the most important thing to do is to help senior chess saint break free. Palace Lord Yi, if you help out in cracking the matrix now, Perhaps Senior will not begrudge you. In that case, the people from Xihua Sacred Mountain, Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and the Chess Saint Villa's disciples all deserve to die? Yi Futian's expression was frigid as he replied. In the 9 states, how many people are on the saint ranking? Lu Zong stepped forward as he retorted. A few experts from the Xihua Sacred Mountain followed him. These were the important people in Xihua Sacred Mountain and were not sacrificed. Of course, Li Kaishan was there as well. Go crack the matrix. The sword saint looked at Yi Futian and said as he took out his broadsword. Go Zhuge Qingfeng and Sage Wanxiang chipped in as well. The situation at hand was extremely dire. At least the chess saint was being restricted now. Once the chess saint completely broke free, they would all die. The chess saint had already made his choice and would not stop. Yi Futian nodded and looked at Yaya. Then turned and walked towards the matrix, saying, "Follow me." Gudong Lu Hua Jieyu, and the others followed Yi Futian even though they were of no help. Yuan Hong also followed Yi Futian. At that moment, he had transformed into a giant golden ape and stood tall like a demon god, standing guard at the side. He would protect Yi Futian. To him, Yi Futian's life was more important than anything else. In this chaotic matrix, danger was in every corner. You guys deal with them. Li Kaishan will accompany me in cracking the matrix, Lu Zong said as he left the sword saint to Xihua Sacred Mountain's experts. The opportunity to crack the matrix had already appeared, so he needed to crack it before Yi Futian. Otherwise, once Yi Futian cracked the matrix, they did not know what changes would appear. Lu Zong exerted his spiritual energy to the limit. A Buddhist light glowed as he formed the hand of wisdom, and he started to decipher in his head. Signs of cracking finally appeared in the terrifying sword matrix. Yaya's appearance had activated the matrix. It was no longer a dead matrix and could be cracked. In his head, the sword diagram in the sky let out a boundless glow and the sword wheels in the area filled the vast area. The center was filled with killing intent and the 5 elements and 8 trigrams appeared in the matrix. Cracking the matrix would require technique, not cultivation level. Li Kaishan, follow my instructions, Lu Zong said as he pointed to a location. Go there. A glint appeared in Li Kaishan's eyes. His mastery in matrices was also extraordinary, even among the 9 disciples of the chess saint. His mastery in matrices could be ranked first alongside Yang Xiao. He could naturally see that the step that Lu Zong had chosen was extremely exquisite, attempting to destroy the life of the matrix. He had chosen the location where the matrix was born, and Lu Zong had asked him to destroy one of the cores of the matrix. However, he was still hesitant. Seeing that, Lu Zong frowned and transmitted his voice, saying, Li Kaishan, if we are successful today, there will be a place for you in the battle for the divine path. Li Kaishan's expression lit up. Why did he look for Lu Zong initially? The masses thought that he was an honest person, but in reality he had already understood the truth of the world. When his master had taught them, he had once said that the masses were mere chess pieces. He was unwilling to accept his fate as a chess piece and wanted to become a chess player. His big brother and third sister were in love, but he was single and understood his master the most. Although he had taken in 9 disciples, it was for the purpose of advancing his own path. By teaching disciples, he could comprehend the deeper meaning behind the path. Although the chess saint usually treated them extremely well, he was actually a heartless person. In all his years of cultivation, he had no path companion and no children, only focusing on his cultivation. He, Li Kaishan, was the person who was most like his master, the chess saint. He would naturally leave a way out for himself and also for the battle for the divine path in the future. Now Lu Zong had a way out, but he did not. Stepping forward, Li Kaishan had no choice but to become Lu Zong's chess piece. He released an extremely strong aura as his footsteps landed heavily on the ground, trampling the swords beneath his feet. There were no other swords that flew towards him from the air, meaning that he had chosen the correct path. This step was exceptionally important. I have a chance. Lu Zong's expression was sharp as he continued to observe the matrix. He then pointed out another step for Li Kaishan to continue walking. Li Kaishan continued forward, moving through the matrix, continuously destroying it. The direction that Li Kaishan was walking in was the direction where the giant sword was. Lu Zong did not move and stood still, occasionally looking at Yaya, as though waiting for a chance. If he wanted to destroy the matrix, Yaya was an important element. Many people watched the scene with gleaming expressions. Perhaps there really was a way to destroy the matrix. On the other end, a battle had already erupted between the Sword Saint and Lu Zong's men. They did not dare to move recklessly as the terrifying demonic blade slashed through the air towards them. The other party struck out with his palm with the force of a mountain to counter. Ing Ho and the other people from Tombkeeper Village all stood around Yaya, looking cautiously at the various factions. The people from the various holy lands had it the worst, completely becoming onlookers that were at risk within the trap that the Chess Saint had set. They had no way of resisting against the matrix. Perhaps a saint could do so, but Saint Plane cultivators would not put themselves in danger easily. After all, even the Chess Saint had been trapped here. At this moment, Futian also started to crack the matrix. He closed his eyes and released his spiritual energy. The sight from the outside world was imprinted into his head as he started deciphering the matrix. Hua Jieyu released her life spirit and used her telekinesis to fuse everyone's spiritual energy together. However, Futian did not give the command after a long time and continued deciphering. Hua Jieyu, Yushang and Gu Donglu all looked towards Futian, waiting patiently. Taking a deep breath, Futian opened his eyes again and looked at the people beside him, saying, "Let me test the matrix personally. Among us, only you can decipher the matrix. If you test the matrix and something goes wrong, all of us will die here." Gu Donglu looked at Futian with a sharp expression and said, "Be decisive when you need to." As cultivators, their mindsets were firm. The Chess Saint did not even have a shred of hesitation when sacrificing his disciples. As for Futian, he hesitated even when his friends were willing to test the matrix for him. This was Futian's weakness. His emotions could be a weakness as well. Although the Chess Saint was ruthless, he was decisive and had no weaknesses. That was why he could immediately make a decision that was most beneficial for him at any time. There is no time to hesitate. Wuxian also attempted to persuade Futian. Futian looked at the friends in front of him. He did not know whether it was the correct decision to enter the trap. Sage Wanxiang had once divined that this trip would be ominous. However, if they grabbed the opportunity, it could be a blessing. The Baron State's palace has made it through every battle so far. So what if we're in this trap today? It is merely a repetition of history, Su Kei said lazily, as though he did not care. Since they had chosen to leave the Baron State, since they had chosen to enter the Nether Sword Mound, there was nothing to hesitate about. Taking a look at the Chess Saint, Yaya, and his big brother's battle, Futian's expression became more determined all of a sudden. He closed his eyes and fused his consciousness with the others. In an instant, a terrifying sword diagram appeared in everyone's heads. The sword diagram appeared huge, with yin and yang supporting each other. The 5 elements all present, the 8 trigrams imprinted. The swords hovered in the air with an unyielding aura. All of them appeared to have seen through the giant formation. Everything that was in Futian's head was presented before them. They even saw Lu Zong ordering Li Kaishan to weave through the sword matrix. Every step he took was a breach in the matrix, attempting to walk out from the matrix to retrieve the giant sword. This was Lu Zong's method of destroying the matrix. Dao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3. 3 begets all things. A voice sounded from Futian's head and said to them, "Enter from the Kuan position." As his voice landed, the ancient directions Qian, Kuan, Li Ken all appeared on the giant sword diagram. There were also the yin and yang formation as well as the 5 elements. They all fit into the formation, and the sword matrix surrounded the sword diagram with endless life, creating countless sword wills. "I'll go," Gu Donglu said. As he said that, he stepped forward, and Futian clenched his fists tightly. Every movement by his third brother was played in slow motion in his head. There was even a bead of sweat on his forehead. The ending that he had deciphered was completely different from before, and the complete opposite of what Lu Zong was doing. He was not attempting to destroy the matrix. If his conjecture was wrong, it would be fatal. His third brother could end up dying, so naturally he was scared. Not just him, Zhuge Mingyue and the others also watched intently. Time appeared to have slowed down. This first step was extremely crucial. It was as though she had become a sword. At that moment, the chess saint, who was facing off against the figure that the giant sword had transformed into, looked in Yi Futian's direction and realized what Yi Futian was trying to do. The godlike figure frowned. Yi Futian's every step was restoring the matrix's momentum, rejuvenating the parts of the matrix that had been destroyed by Li Kaishan, and creating a complete matrix. Moreover, he made the people around him stand in the key positions, causing force to gather there and guide the matrix. They had caused the sword diagram to become even more brilliant, as though it was going to be restored completely. Impossible. The chess saint was astounded as he thought. His heart had wavered. For the 9 states #1 matrix, the sword matrix of the void, he had put himself in danger and stepped foot into the forbidden land of the Nether Sword Mound. He was the strongest matrix sorcerer in the 9 states. He was in the Saint Plane, excelled in matrices, and could create impressive chess games. That was why he dared to enter. Even when he was trapped, he still believed that he could escape and had planned a scheme on the chess saint villa for today when hope would reappear. His heart had never wavered. However, at this moment it had wavered. As the 9 states #1 matrix sorcerer, could it be that what he previously thought was wrong? He had easily deciphered the matrix on the periphery and reached here. Could it be that the matrices outside were all misleading him, making him feel that he was naturally destroying the matrix and limiting his frame of mind? However, when he saw Yi Futian's movements, he suddenly realized that there was another option apart from destroying the matrix. This option was related to the reason he came here, the 9 states #1 matrix, the sword matrix of the void. Why could it not be to guide the matrix? If he could continue to expedite the matrix and activate it completely, what would happen? As he felt the rushing sword will from the blood-colored sword eye, he looked at Yaya again. This was not his fault. Previously, when Yaya had not appeared, the matrix was a dead matrix. But why could Yi Futian think of that? At that moment, the matrix became even stronger. In the area, countless sword wills flowed into the matrix, and Yaya stood in the center of the matrix, absorbing the countless sword wills. At that moment, the chess saint understood that he had been wrong. Yi Futian might be on the right track. This was a genius. Yi Futian had actually thought of a method to decipher the matrix that he had not. Moreover, this was his initial aim. Lu Zong, take down that girl. The chess saint shouted. Yaya was the crux of the matrix. Since he was already wrong, he would go all the way. The chess saint attempted to activate the chess pieces in the air to descend and attack Yi Futian, but he saw countless sword wills rushing towards him. The figure that was fighting with him appeared to come alive, its body moving and creating an even stronger sword will, crushing the descending chess pieces and depriving him of the chance to attack. At that moment, Lu Zong also realized that Yi Futian could be on the right track, while he had been wasting his time all along. Stepping forward, Lu Zong headed towards Yaya, a Buddhist palm striking forward with frightening power. However, an eye-catching figure descended in front of him like a rock. It was Ying, who had appeared in front of Yaya, his palm grabbing towards the front like an invincible claw. His palm had sword will and spatial rule power in it, and crushed the Buddhist palm. At the same time, the 2 experts from Tombkeeper Village protecting Yaya released their aura, and it descended onto Lu Zong. However, Li Kaishan had also retreated and appeared behind Yaya. As Li Kaishan cleaved down with his axe, the axe's light gleamed and traveled forward. He was the chess saint's second disciple and an archmage, so he was extremely strong. The axe's cleave seemed as though it would kill Yaya. The 2 experts from Tombkeeper Village immediately turned around and struck out with their fists. Ferocious beasts appeared and let out earth-shattering howls, but they were still cleaved apart by Li Kaishan's axe. The 2 of them stepped forward at the same time and a wild aura erupted from them, stopping Li Kaishan in his tracks. With Yaya at the center, a huge battle broke out. Ying tore through the air and reached Lu Zong, his brilliant rock blade slashing down. The 2 of them were at similar cultivation levels and a terrifying fight broke out. Lu Zong was extremely strong. He was the most outstanding cultivator of the young generation in Xihua Sacred Mountain, and was reputed as the next successor. He was taught by 3 saints and they pinned their hopes on him. As such, everyone could see how high their expectations for Lu Zong were. Lu Zong also had huge ambitions and had even wanted Yi Futian to follow his orders and serve him, to make the Barren State's palace lord work under him. However, at that moment, Ying, at the same cultivation level as him, had stopped him and erupted with an astonishing battle ability. This caused Lu Zong to be shocked. Tombkeeper Village actually had such a prodigy that could battle with him in the same cultivation level? Yi Futian was still deciphering the matrix and exerted his mastery of matrices to the limit. In the sky, the blood-colored sword became even more demonic, and the sword eye gradually opened and was becoming stronger as though sword wills were coming to it from the void. The chess saint naturally felt the aura and he raised his head and looked at it. His expression changed and he said, "Yi Futian, your mastery in the matrices is extraordinary. No matter what happened in the past, I will not dwell over it. If you lend me a helping hand today, I can help you to enter the divine path in the future." Yi Futian heard the chess saint's words and opened his eyes, looking at the chess saint. He said coldly, "Scram." Now that the chess saint had already tried to kill him, he still had the gall to open his mouth? The great path has no place for sentiments. In order to break free, the chess saint had sacrificed his own disciples. He could sacrifice everyone's lives in order to break free. If he agreed, what could the chess saint not do to break free and obtain the sword matrix of the void? His promise? What a joke. He was devoid of even kinship and humanity. Under these circumstances, after seeing him decipher the matrix, the chess saint actually had the face to open his mouth and ask him for assistance. As for helping him to enter the divine path, he could enter the divine path himself. He had his own path. Since their paths were different, there was no room for cooperation. That was why he had only one word for the chess saint: scram. Chapter 8:12. A gleam appeared in the chess saint's eyes alongside killing intent. A gleam appeared in the chess saint's eyes alongside killing intent. He was a saint. A younger generation cultivator actually dared to ask him to scram? You're asking for trouble. The chess saint's voice was emotionless. Even though he was trapped, he would not take Yi Futian's insult lying down. In the sky, the great path chessboard shook and a terrifying rule power descended. Next, the chess pieces descended from the sky and assaulted Yi Futian, even breaking through the restraint of the sword wills. Yuan Hong, who was standing beside Yi Futian, let out a deafening roar and emitted a golden light. He held the polearm of divine destruction in his hand and swung it towards the air. The polearm clashed with the chess pieces and a roaring sound could be heard. Each chess piece had rule power within it and was extremely powerful. Yuan Hong's body continued to grow as he roared. The 9 heavenly attacks struck out towards the continually falling black chess pieces. The terrifying residual force swept across the air but was drowned out by the sword matrix. Soon Yuan Hong vomited blood as he was injured by the chess pieces. At the same time, the chess saint did not have it good either. When he was distracted when dealing with Yi Futian, the force that he had used to combat the giant sword figure was weakened, causing sword chi to penetrate the body that he had created using his will, and making it illusory. However, the chess saint treated it as though nothing had happened and had not felt anything. It was as though he really wanted to kill Yi Futian. Before this he would not do that. However, his killing intent towards Yi Futian had now escalated. Not just because Yi Futian had humiliated him, but also because Yi Futian's mastery over matrices had threatened his existence. He had dared to make him scram. If Yi Futian really took control of the matrix, what would happen? The setup that he had planned would be for naught. That was why the chess saint wanted to kill Yi Futian by any means possible, and let Lu Zong take over the matrix. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his head. If he had not picked Lu Zong because of his identity back then and had selected Yi Futian, what kind of situation would he be in now? However, the chess saint soon dismissed the thought. As a saint, he had a firm mindset and a resolute belief. He believed that he had not made the wrong decision back then. Lu Zong was definitely the most suitable candidate. Even if Yi Futian had proven today that he was stronger than Lu Zong in terms of matrices, the past was the past. Leaving the past aside, what he needed to do now was to find a way to destroy the Matrix and kill Yi Futian. Grandfather Ape. Yi Futian saw Yuan Hong injured and had a grim expression. He did not think that the chess saint still had the excess energy to deal with him. It seemed to him, deciphering the Matrix meant that he would be mortal with the chess saint. Today, the chess saint would only be able to break free if he was dead. Otherwise, he would have a tragic end. Sword wills continued to circulate wildly in the sword matrix, as chess pieces infused with a horrifying might descended from the sky. However, a sword veil appeared around Yi Futian's body. Bang! With a loud sound, cracks appeared in the sword veil. Yi Futian's expression was grim as he said, "Third brother, the next step." It was at these kinds of moments that he could not afford to be frazzled. Time was of the essence. Chess pieces circled above the sword matrix, breaking through the sword will's shroud. The chess saint ignored the attacks towards him and made the chess pieces descend, crushing down on everything. "You dare to humiliate a saint? Die," the chess saint declared coldly, as though his words were deciding Yi Futian's sentence. The chess saint hollered. When Li Kaishan heard his master's order, he was hesitant. At that moment, the scene in front of him was exceedingly scary. Cracks had appeared in the earth. The blood-colored sword I had opened and an ancient sword had been summoned while the sword matrix was becoming stronger. In the sky, countless swords appeared. They were sufficient to destroy the entire nether sword mound. The sword matrix of the void. Li Kaishan was dumbfounded. How could this happen? Why was the person who rejuvenated the sword matrix of the void and took control of it Yi Futian? Would everything that he had planned be for naught? Back then, he had chosen Lu Zong and allowed him to decipher the matrix because he was going with the flow. Yi Futian deciphering the matrix was merely an accident, but why had today's situation become like this? Why was the barren states Yi Futian able to deal with his master's setup, as well as Shihua Sacred Mountain's Lu Zong? However, Li Kaishan already had no other choice. He raised the battle axe in his hand and released his life spirit. Countless rule power erupted and assimilated into his battle axe. He cleaved down at Yaya through the air, penetrating the sword matrix. Yi Futian stretched out both his arms and in an instant, the sword in the matrix materialized in front of him and Yaya, turning into a sword diagram. The battle axe's cleaving strike was unable to cleave it apart. At the same time, the giant sword in the distance hummed and turned into a ray of light and floated in front of Yi Futian. It was as though the sword was able to sense everything that happened. Yi Futian stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword with both hands. In an instant, waves of sword will emanated from his body. "Harming your own kin, die," Yi Futian said coldly as a brilliant light erupted from the sword matrix and countless sword will flew towards Li Kaishan, impaling him. "No." Li Kaishan's expression was pale as a sheet and his eyes were filled with horror. The sword light drowned out everything and Li Kaishan's body faded to nothingness. Nothing was left of his corpse. Many people watched the scene with pounding hearts. Li Kaishan had died. Yi Futian had activated the sword matrix and with Yaya's cooperation, he had taken control of the sword matrix. Rumble. A terrifying sound was heard as the chess saint's huge body broke free bit by bit from the sword matrix. As it looked like he was about to break free, a shocking force erupted and he looked coldly at Yi Futian. At the same time, a giant chessboard appeared behind him. It was the Great Path chessboard. Yi Futian and Yaya flew into the air, the sword diagram following alongside them. Soon, a sword diagram capable of blotting out the sun appeared in the air and grew bigger, engulfing the entire area. "The sword matrix of the void has appeared," someone commented. Rays of blinding light scattered down, but the sword lights instilled the feeling of death in them. "Go!" someone shouted and immediately retreated. Now the entire sword matrix had been moved into the air, allowing them temporary relief from danger. Not just that, all the sword chi in the nether sword mound had assimilated into the matrix in the air, its light shining down on the earth. How could this be? Zhou Zi and the others had extremely grim expressions. The sword matrix of the void being controlled by Yi Futian was definitely not a situation they wanted to see. Although many people from the Great Zhou sacred dynasty had died, They still hoped that Lu Zong would be able to take control of the sword matrix of the void and assist the chess saint in escaping. Go Zhou also said, if they did not leave, there would not be another chance. This sword matrix was strong enough to destroy the entire nether sword mound. Lu Zong also turned around and left. He was incapable of turning the current situation around. Yi Futian, you can sacrifice Tombkeeper village. Everything in the world was a game of chess, and he wanted to be the one placing the pieces. But right now, who is the one ended up being the piece indeed? And who is the one to lay out the game? Who is that Yaya? Why would Yi Futian and Yaya appear at the same time in the nether sword mound? Is all of this just a coincidence? No, it can't be. This is a game and there must be someone playing the game behind the scenes. I'm not a player. I'm now but a piece on the board. Thoughts poured into the chess saint's mind. Those were his last thoughts. His body gradually turned into light and dissipated under the incredibly bright light of the sword. The only saint of chess of his time, the #1 master in matrices in all of the 9 states, perished in the nether sword mound, killed by one of the younger generations using the sword matrix of the void. The chess saint had perished. Countless sword will continue to rain from the sword diagram hovering in midair. It covered the entire nether sword mound. Swords rained from the sky and stabbed into the ground. The ones fleeing below brought everything they had as their defense to prevent getting caught up in the crossfire. The sword matrix of the void's only target was the chess saint, and whatever was raining down on the others was simply aftershock. Despite the aftershock having only a very small amount of power, it was still frightening for those that had to deal with it. Golden Phoenix protection. Zhou Du shouted. The people of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty gathered around and activated their ritual implements, bringing their greatest power to bear. A boundlessly huge golden phoenix shadow appeared above their heads, serving as a shield. The people of the other sacred grounds went on to do the same. Some had even brought holy items to defend against incoming attacks. Even so, there were still those who were unable to flee in time, killed by the rain of swords from above. Swords rained down over the vast interior of the nether sword mound. Everyone from Tombkeeper village was able to see the rain of swords, and they trembled violently within. That light of the sword that cleaved through the heavens, was that the power of the nether sword mound? Who did that sword attack kill? Yi Futian remained standing in midair. He felt the power of the nether sword mound dissipating, turning into boundless sword will, which was then turned into a rain of swords, falling down onto the sword mound itself. The light of the sword matrix diagram gradually dimmed. Yaya's body floated down below, and she surprisingly sat at the center of the sword matrix. In the sky behind her, ancient sword will was seen coursing in the eye of the blood-colored sword. A sword matrix was reforged yet again with her at the center. Frightening sword will emanated from within and flowed into Yaya's body. Everything seemed to have quieted down, returning to the prime point. Yi Futian turned around and took a look at the sword's eye. His eyes were incredibly sharp as he activated freedom meditation, as if he were to see everything there was inside the sword's eye. However, he only sensed a frightening, ancient power within, as if yet another sword matrix lied within the eye. Where is the true nether sword mound? He flashed and went down to a corner. 2 figures were seen lying there. The eldest student of the chess saint, Yang Xiao, and the youngest, Zhou Gongzi. The chess saint eventually sacrificed Yang Xiao and the others in order to escape, but his action triggered the ultimate sword matrix, devouring the one that had him trapped. As such, Yang Xiao was not killed right on the spot. When the sword matrix of the void attacked, that corner had been in a blind spot, which spared Yang Xiao from being hit by the aftershock. In actuality, if the people of the other sacred grounds did not scamper outside in a panic and had instead hid beneath Yang Xiao, they would have been safer. But then again, there was simply no one who dared to stay around in that kind of situation. They've still got a chance. Phoenix. Yi Futian sensed their life force and called. Phoenix came to his side to check on the extent of their injuries. Yang Zhao's injuries were incredibly severe. Worse still, his body had been penetrated all over by the sword will. The actions of the chess saint, which resulted in his wife's death, had practically sent him over the edge psychologically. He was in a bad shape both body and mind. Zhou Gongzi, on the other hand, was deemed too weak to be worth being used by the chess saint. As such, his condition was better than his eldest brother. "He is the one in the worst state," Phoenix said in a low voice. "Do whatever you can," Yi Futian said. 7 of the 9 students of the chess saint were killed by their teacher. The remaining eldest and youngest were gravely injured. Yang Xiao was an incredibly renowned figure. He was the city lord of the city lord office of Yujing City, as well as a mighty one ranked on the sage and saint ranking. His powers were, as such, formidable, and he was definitely one of the top figures at the sage plane. He had been unable to hold on for long in the matrix of the chess saint, but he would not have survived if he lesser training and power. But at the moment, he had been used as a sacrifice by his teacher, and his wife was dead. All his other brothers and sisters were gone. It was a harrowing catastrophe that would have dealt a huge blow to anyone. "Yeah." Phoenix nodded and took out a pill, feeding it to Yang Xiao. Strong life signs manifested within her body. Jade green light covered Yang Xiao and seeped into his body bit by bit. "My power of rules of life is rather weak," Phoenix said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian placed his hands on Yang Zhao's body as well. Streaks of green ancient branches glittered as they appeared, covering Yang Zhao's body. Yi Futian's life spirit, the world tree, had saved him from death once, and he hoped it would work on Yang Xiao as well. "Senior Yang, while your teacher and Li Kaishan might be dead, this perhaps might not be the end of your vengeance," Yi Futian said to Yang Xiao. If Yang Xiao had no intention to come back to the living, there might be no way to actually bring him back. Yang Zhao's arm shuddered. Yi Futian felt that and his eyes sparkled. He then continued, "Because of his status, I was unable to kill him then. I beg your forgiveness." If Yang Xiao was able to hear Yi Futian, he would know who Yi Futian was talking about. Who was it who brought Yang Xiao and the others to break the matrix? Who was it who led the 9 students of the chess saint into the sacrificial matrix? At the moment, both Lu Zong and Zhou Zi, great figures of the major sacred grounds, were completely unscathed. Anyone who had been following the events knew that it had been Lu Zong's ploy all along. He knew what would happen and laid out everything. If he proved incapable of breaking the matrix, he planned to sacrifice the others to help the chess saint escape. Although Yi Futian knew what happened, there was simply no way he could have killed Lu Zong in front of all those from the other sacred grounds, unless he was willing to kill everyone else. But if he were to do so, there was no way his party would have survived. If he were to do so, it would not just be them in trouble, but the entire Holy Ji Palace would have probably suffered the wrath of other sacred grounds, bringing about their doom. There were things that no matter how much one wanted to do it, they just could not bring themselves to do it. There would perhaps be answers when they were able to make it outside. Yang Zhao's eyes opened after a while, staring at the sky. His eyes were filled with blood and were incredibly cold. There was no emotion in them, only a thirst for revenge. "Senior," Yi Futian called. "You're right. I will live." Yang Zhao's voice sounded very calm, but Yi Futian knew what that calmness meant. It was a manifestation of his mind's resolve and nothing else. Yang Xiao wanted to live. He wanted revenge. The chess saint died. Li Kaishan died. But Lu Zong was still alive. His teacher was the one who set them up, and Lu Zong had been an accomplice. It was a blood debt that he was determined to claim. Chapter 8:14. Both Yang Xiao and Zhou Gongzi woke up. Both Yang Xiao and Zhou Gongzi woke up. Yi Futian did not console them and did not know how to go about it. The only thing that could wash away their pain was time. However, he stayed, and Yaya remained seated under the sword eye to train. The huge sword fell behind her. Boundless sword will emanating from the sword eye coursed through her body, seemingly cleansing her. Yi Futian came behind the huge sword and took to the air. He put his hand on the sword and closed his eyes, beginning to sense one sword matrix after another. The sword was capable of shamanic arts. Wuxian Suke, this place is very suitable for you swordsmen to train in. Get a good feel of the place. That big sword will help you further your progress in the art of the sword. Yi Futian then added, other than that, this space is one of rules. Everyone will benefit from training through sensing the powers all over the place. As speculated by everyone from the sacred grounds, the place was definitely a sacred place for training. Yaya had entered a mystical state, and there was no need for him to be in a hurry to leave. He wanted to stay behind and see what would happen to Yaya. He had some speculations about things himself, and he thought his speculations to be correct. But from the looks of things at the moment, he was not completely right about things. He might have actually been wrong. Things were more complicated than he had anticipated. The words the village chief said to him remained seeming to be half-truths. Everyone present nodded. After experiencing the ordeals in the Nine-State Forum and everything in the Nether Sword Mound, everyone had developed a deep comprehension of things. Even those who had not broken into the Sage Plane were only a step away from doing so. What a cultivator experienced during battle, as well as in life and death situations, served to further their comprehension in a lot of things. That was why pilgrimages were an essential part of every cultivator's training. Yi Futian turned to look at the direction outside the sword mound. The chess saint's death seemed to have marked the end to their ordeal. But has everything about this truly ended? No, it can't be this easy. Why are the people of the other sacred grounds here? None of the ones from the other sacred grounds got what they came for. They suffered grave losses instead. Some from the various sacred grounds remained behind after exiting the sword mound while others left, returning to whence they came. The Tombkeeper village's peace seemed to have been restored. However, such peace seemed to be the calm before a storm more than anything else. Mighty ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty came to Tombkeeper village a month later. Furthermore, the entourage this time was far larger than the last. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had mobilized an elite Golden Phoenix army and had the village surrounded. At the same time, elegant phoenix carriages descended above Xihua Sacred Mountain of Futian City of the Eastern State. Some mighty ones of the Xihua Sacred Mountain attempted to stop them, but they were unable to help but make way, seeing who was on the vehicle, letting the carriage into the mountain. Saint Xihua and the Rain Saint were playing chess within the mountain. The carriage was seen descending from above, and the Zhou Sacred King stepped out. His eyes were sharp and his bearing stern and magnificent. He glanced at Saint Xihua with cold eyes and said, I take it that you knew what Lu Zong did before the fact, Saint Xihua. The Rain Saint stood up and yielded his seat to the Sacred King. Saint Xihua said to the Zhou Sacred King, Have a seat, Sacred King. The Sacred King's eyes shone with golden flashes as he glared at Saint Xihua before taking the seat across him. Sacred King, sacrifices are inevitable to accomplish great things. The chess saint was trapped in the matrix, and he was the one who knew the Nether Sword Mound best. Rescuing the chess saint would have made him owe his life to us. Furthermore, the chess saint had promised certain things as well. That, coupled with the Nether Sword Mound that he would have gotten, would have made the Sky Saint and the Glass Saint irrelevant in the Eastern State. Saint Xihua added further, I take it that you intend to restore the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty to its former glory, no? You have deceived me, Saint. Are you saying that you do not have any personal agendas with this matter? The Sacred King said coldly. I promised, here in the Sacred Mountain, back then that Lu Zong would become your son-in-law. With you of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty working with me, we would build a stronger Eastern State. Other than not having told you about the sacrifices that might have incurred, what else do you think I would not tell you? Saint Xihua then added, It was a pity that the operation ended in failure. I'm sure you know what happened in the Nether Sword Mound. The place is truly a sacred ground for training, and there is the sword matrix of the void in it. Lu Zong's plans would have succeeded, but it was ruined when things were going well. The Great Zhou Sacred King's expression turned sharp. He knew that Yi Futian had activated the sword matrix of the void, killing the chess saint inside the sword mound, almost killing everyone from the 9 states in it as well. The people of the Barren State had first showed their mettle in the 9-state forum, and then they went on to take control of the Nether Sword Mound. It was truly an ironic turn of events. The barren state, which was almost forgotten, accomplished what the ones from the eastern state set out to accomplish but failed. The sacred king did not speak, but the cold emanating from his body said everything. I know that you want to keep this under wraps and that the Golden Phoenix army consisted of the royalty of the sacred dynasty, but we from the Xihua Sacred Mountain suffered losses as well, and they too were formidable and important people. But then again, Lu Zong knew what he was doing nonetheless. Saint Xihua continued, if you think that you're getting the short end of the deal in this, how about you take care of this from here on out, Sacred King? The Sacred King glanced at Saint Xihua and said, all right. He took to the sky and returned to his carriage as soon as he finished. He then left without delay. Saint Xihua smiled as he watched the Sacred King leave. The Sacred King is still the Sacred King I know. He never really changed at all. The Sacred King seems to like to throw his weight around, the Rain Saint at the side said. It's normal. We didn't tell him everything after all, so it's only natural for him to find it hard to trust me, Saint Xihua said. You'd really have the Sacred King take care of things from here on out? The Rain Saint asked. I keep having the feeling that the chief of that Tombkeeper village is not someone to be trifled with, Saint Xihua said. Have both of the Sword Saints serving beneath the Sword Saint of the Void died? The Rain Saint's eyes sparkled. Saint Xihua then added, we'll see. From the way the Sacred King goes about things, the village won't be able to hide whatever secrets they have from him. More and more people came to Tombkeeper village. The sword matrix of the void re-emerged in the world, and many major sacred grounds sent people to the remote place, which also happened to lie at the borders of 4 different states. The village had never seen such a huge crowd. Many were worried. Things really turned out to be as the village chief said. Tombkeeper village was truly at its life or death moment. Several months passed since the Chess Saint perished, and many from sacred grounds of all 9 states were exasperated. The saint had died a truly unceremonious death. At the moment, the entrance to the Nether Sword Mound had been taken over by people from various sacred grounds, yet none dared to venture into the Sword Mound itself. What happened several months ago became common knowledge. Almost everyone died within. The sword matrix of the void had been activated, and the survivors were only able to make it out within the brief window when the matrix dissipated, after appearing for a brief moment. However, many were still almost killed by the aftershock of the terrifying matrix. A brilliant, dazzling phoenix carriage descended from the sky on that day. One figure after another took to the skies. All of them wore glittering golden phoenix robes and greeted the one who came from the sky. All hail the Sacred King. Solemn voices were heard above Tombkeeper village, which made the people of the village tremble. A saint had descended upon the Tombkeeper village. The Sacred King walked out from the carriage and scanned the ground below. Many from other sacred grounds cupped their hands and greeted, "Greetings, Sacred King." It was common for people of sacred grounds to greet a saint, even if said saint was not of their own. The Sacred King nodded and shrouded the village with his will. He then turned his eyes in a particular direction. He took one step forward and disappeared in a beam of golden light from where he was standing. The carriage moved towards the direction the beam disappeared, following the Sacred King. Many stood outside the compound where the village chief lived. A beam flashed and the Sacred King descended, appearing above where the old village chief was. The Sacred King cast his gaze at the chief. "I did not expect to be graced with your presence, Sacred King," the old chief said as he looked at the Sacred King, but his tone lacked respect despite his words. The eyes of the Sacred King glittered with golden, sharp flashes, seeming about to penetrate everything. An extremely terrifying power fell onto the old chief, who frowned but showed little changes in his expression otherwise. He stared at the Sacred King and asked, "What would you mean by this, Sacred King?" "You are indeed something," the Sacred King said coldly. He dropped from the sky and came to stand before the old chief and asked, "Who's that brat? And what's with that sword?" "If you want to know, you'd only need to venture inside the Nether Sword Mound." "I've never been inside, so I'd never know," the chief said plainly. "I've heard that there were 2 formidable servants of the sword serving the Sword Saint of the Void all those years ago, and both of them were saints themselves. Where would they be now?" The sacred king continued to ask, would they be right before me? Or would they be within the sword mound? The old chief stared at the sacred king with sharp eyes. That's really the sacred king of the great Zhou sacred dynasty indeed. A holier-than-thou lord of a sacred dynasty, ruling vast territories and demanding worship from all living beings. Do you think everything will be fine if you say nothing and they keep themselves inside? The sacred king added coldly. There were many from the great Zhou sacred dynasty who died in the nether sword mound. But what does that have to do with Tombkeeper village? The village chief asked. It has something to do with that brat. And that sword as well, the sacred king answered coldly. He then turned around to look at those who came from the great Zhou sacred dynasty and said coldly, you've all been here for many days. What have you all done? My king, we've looked through everyone in the village. Many are formidable people, but the village chief remains an unknown. No one knew anything about his training. The parents of that brat are common people, knowing little of cultivation. Someone from the side bowed and said, are they taken? The sacred king asked. It can be done any time. The one at the side bowed and answered. Could you have them come out on their own? The sacred king asked the old chief coldly. The magnificent great Zhou sacred king would threaten the younger generations of others with the lives of common folk then? The old chief glared at the sacred king coldly. Threaten? The sacred king glared at the old chief with extremely sharp eyes and added, I, the great Zhou sacred king, will need to resort to threats with you people? Kill them. A cold shout reverberated throughout the surroundings with incredible killing intent, horrifying all of the villagers and making their hearts jump. Indeed, sacred king's reply came from afar, and shrieks were heard from elsewhere. The village chief's expression turned extremely cold as he glared at the figure before him. The people from various sacred grounds trembled. The sovereign of the great Zhou sacred dynasty was indeed a brutal, overbearing one. I'll ask you one more time, are they coming out or not? The great Zhou sacred king glared at the old chief and asked. Chapter 8:15. Two dead bodies lay covered in blood outside a small house somewhere in Tombkeeper village. Two dead bodies lay covered in blood outside a small house somewhere in Tombkeeper village. At the same time, one figure after another flashed. They were all dressed plainly but burst with incredibly powerful auras at the same time, surrounding the mighty ones who had just killed the two. At the same time, hundreds of people burst with powerful auras. One figure after another took to the air with intimidating force. However, none from the great Zhou sacred dynasty were fettered. The Golden Phoenix army took to the sky, and golden lights burst in their surroundings. One shadow of phoenixes after another burst with brilliant light as they stood off against the villagers. A mere village would not have been able to stand up against the invincible army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, no matter how powerful those villagers were. The intruders held back and dared not move against the villagers as the sacred king was not there yet. However, with the sacred king of the great Zhou sacred dynasty himself appearing in the village and giving orders, there was simply no one among the intruders who dared defy him. The mighty ones from the various sacred grounds watched the incident within Tombkeeper village unfold with troubled looks. The village was indeed formidable for daring to stand against the great Zhou sacred dynasty in such a manner. Do these villagers have any idea how powerful the great Zhou sacred dynasty is? The sacred dynasty had a long deep history and had once ruled all over the eastern state. They were a force reigning supreme all over the eastern state, and they would not be so easily intimidated. Furthermore, there were also mighty ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain there. They seemed to have formed an alliance with the Golden Phoenix army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, surrounding the mighty ones from the village. Of course, more people were more concerned with how things with the village chief would unfold. Tombkeeper village was formidable, and coupled with the sword matrix of the void that killed the chess saint from before, there was no one from all over the 9 states who did not know that the village had secrets. The village probably had someone with formidable powers, and he might be someone who served the sword saint of the void all those years ago. At the moment in that compound, the village chief and the great Zhou sacred king were glaring at each other. Peculiar winds appeared around them, sweeping up the leaves on the ground. While mighty ones from the Great Zhou sacred dynasty had infiltrated the village and monitored the movements of the villagers, they did not do anything that was really over the edge. However, the sacred king himself had ordered his men to kill people as soon as he came. He was forcing Yi Futian, Yaya, and the others to come out immediately. You know that I'm a saint then. Yet you behave so insolently nonetheless. The village chief's expression was incredibly cold. A saintly aura emanated from his body and shrouded all of Tombkeeper village in an instant. Everyone was able to feel the saint will at that very moment. The people from the sacred dynasty all looked on with sharp expressions. They had already guessed so. The village chief of Tombkeeper village, hidden at the borders of 4 states, was truly a saint. But then again, there was nothing to be feared as their sacred king was with them. The Great Zhou sacred dynasty feared no one and no force in all of the vast lands of the eastern state. Such confidence stemmed from their bearing as royalties of the sacred dynasty. The people from all over the 9 states were somewhat shaken, but they remained largely unfettered. The sacred king was completely unfazed. His eyes remained sharp as he glared at the one before him metamorphosing. The bearing of the village chief was thoroughly transformed. The plain, unassuming and even somewhat ragged image from before had completely disappeared, now replaced with boundless might and sharpness. His robe billowed in the wind, and boundless sword will was seen in his eyes, lashing out at the Great Zhou sacred king. You might be a saint, but so what? The sacred king's tone remained unflinching and overbearing. An all-encompassing might swept all over their surroundings and overpowered the entire village. He said coldly, "A mere sword servant of the sword saint of the void from back then dares to defy me. If they are to remain cooped up inside the nether sword mound, I will have no qualms about slaughtering the entire village. By the way, have you readied a grave for yourself?" The more powerful one's training became, the greater the difference between each plane became. Even small differences within the same level became very apparent. As such, the power differences between saints were extremely huge. It was for that reason that Shihua Sacred Mountain silently allowed Lu Zong to help the chess saint get out of his predicament, having no fear of the chess saint turning back on his word later. That was because the chess saint did not have what it would take to stand against Shihua Sacred Mountain. Due to such reasons, it was impossible for the Great Zhou Sacred King to fear a mere sword servant, even if the sword servant was one who had once served the sword saint of the void. He was a sacred king while his opponent was but a sword servant. You're right indeed. I'm a saint, so what? The chess saint was a saint, and where is he now? The chief said coldly. The Great Zhou Sacred King smirked as he glanced at his opponent. Is he trying to threaten me? While I do not know what secrets lie between Tombkeeper village and the sword mound of the saint, I'm able to speculate from past events that even if the sword saint of the void was to be reborn, he wouldn't have been able to continuously activate the sword matrix of the void, no? Just how much power had accumulated in the nether sword mound that Yi Futian was able to use the sword matrix of the void in such a manner? The Great Zhou Sacred King then said coldly, "So you were there at the 9-state forum to search for one worthy of succeeding the sword matrix of the void? Or did you have something else in mind?" "You want to know?" The chief glared at the Sacred King and asked. "I must know," the Sacred King answered in an overbearing tone. He wanted more than just knowing. He wanted to take the ones inside the sword mound. "They're already out. You'll have your answer soon enough," the chief said while glaring at the Sacred King. The eyes of the Sacred King sparkled as his will traveled through the space, heading straight for the entrance of the sword mound. A group of people was indeed seen making their way out of there, heading elsewhere. The group of people was none other than Yi Futian and his party. Yaya was there as well. They seemed to catch wind of what was happening outside and were traveling somewhere with extreme speed. That somewhere was none other than the place where the murder of the 2 villagers happened. Yi Futian and his people appeared outside the small house soon enough, seeing the dead bodies lying in a pool of blood. "Dad, Mom." While Yaya already knew something bad had happened, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning after seeing the dead bodies. Her mind turned blank, and she walked up to them in a dazed manner before kneeling down, tears streaking down from her eyes uncontrollably. Yi Futian also walked up, feeling dazed, and looked at the dead bodies with a dumbfounded look on his face. He had spent the end of last year ushering in the new year, and had a great time with them. Yet, at that moment, both of them were reduced to cold, dead bodies lying on the ground. Blood filled Yi Futian's eyes as he clenched his fists, exuding murderous intent all over. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang knew little of cultivation, and they were common villagers of Tombkeeper village. Why do this to them? Yi Futian looked up and cast a cold glance at the Golden Phoenix army in the air above him and asked coldly, "Who did this?" "I did." A voice was heard, and two figures were seen descending from above at the same time. They were none other than the Sacred King and the village chief. The Sacred King glanced at Yi Futian and Yaya. According to Zhou Du and the others, it was they who activated the sword matrix of the void. Yi Futian and Yaya were both keys to the situation at hand, as well as the sword. Yi Futian was in charge of the matrix and activated it. The sword summoned boundless sword will while Yaya served as the core of the matrix like a spiritual body. Yi Futian looked up at the Sacred King and asked, "Why? You're questioning me?" The Sacred King glanced at Yi Futian coldly. His eyes were filled with incredible might. Yi Futian looked at the Sacred King, who was clad in an overbearing might, emanating an aura of supreme rulers all over him, intimidating all who looked at him. During the Nine-State Forum, be it the saints or the mighty ones from all sacred grounds, all of them sat politely on their seats. This caused many to have the misconception that the top-class figures of all 9 states were peaceful beings. However, what happened at that very moment seemed to be telling him that the 9-State Forum was but a ceremony held jointly by all 9 states. The 9 states themselves were actually cruel. The chess saint was willing to kill his students just so to set himself free. The Sacred King had no qualms about massacring innocents to reach his goals. Those the top figures in their most real state. Just like the chess saint said, the great path has no place for sentiment. The Sacred King, a ruler of a sacred dynasty, had little regard for life and did not care about the lives of two common folks. You killed the chess saint in the Nether Sword Mound and cared nothing for the people from other sacred grounds, while you had your way with breaking the matrices. That caused many from the sacred grounds to lose their lives, no? The Sacred King asked coldly. Everyone who ventured into the Nether Sword Mound was from sacred grounds. They put their lives on the line to do so, and everyone did what they had to do to break the matrices. We, from the Barren State, were the same. It was only natural that I could not have simply sat around and done nothing while the chess saint wanted my life. Yi Futian answered coldly and then asked, "What does any of this have to do with you, Sacred King? The Eastern State had several saints, and you behaved as if nothing happened after killing a saint yourself. Those from the sacred grounds who perished were all people of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. What do you think?" The Sacred King answered coldly. The chess saint was a saint of the Eastern State. You, as the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, dared to use the matrix to kill a saint of the Eastern State. You were being utterly insolent, some mighty ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain said. Yi Futian found Lu Zong and the rest were among the crowd from Xihua Sacred Mountain. You unleashed the sword matrix of the void and ended up killing many yourself, some mighty ones from the Hall of Holy Light said, trying to intimidate Yi Futian. Yi Futian scanned the crowd before him and smirked all of a sudden, feeling the irony of it all. The Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State is part of the orthodoxy of Emperor Xia. Just like you all are. So you're telling me that the chess saint wants my life, the life of a palace lord, and yet I'm not allowed to retaliate? Furthermore, are you all saying that I, as the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, venturing into the Nether Sword Mound, had to ensure the safety of the people of other sacred grounds to do so? Yi Futian glanced at the crowd again and said, "You people could really say anything to put all the blame on me. The chess saint said that cultivation along the great path means taking from others. It seems that every one of you believes that with every fiber of your being, but you all differ from the chess saint by being more pretentious than he was." He knew without a doubt what those people wanted to take. Take him. The Sacred King no longer bothered talking to Yi Futian and gave his order coldly. Mighty ones from the Golden Phoenix army stepped forward as soon as he finished. One figure after another stepped forward beside Yi Futian. Zhuge Qingfeng, Yuan Zhan, and the others came before Yi Futian. As fellow members of the sacred grounds of the 9 states, I don't think you have the right to take the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, Sacred King, the village chief, who had been standing at the side, said. The Barren State has no saint. Can the Holy Ji Palace even be called a sacred ground? The Sacred King said coldly, I will call upon Emperor Xia personally. As for you, I'll deal with you later. The village chief glanced at the Sacred King and said, the people of sacred grounds of all 9 states ventured into the ruins left behind by the Sword Saint of the Void. None of you were capable of breaking the matrices back then, so it was only a given that none of you had the right to inherit the ruins. I followed the sacred order given to me by the Sword Saint of the Void, that the one capable of breaking the matrix would be given the right to inherit the sword matrix of the Void. We of Tombkeeper Village will follow the successor of the matrix. From this moment forth, the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State will have a saint among them. Tombkeeper Village is part of the Holy Ji Palace. Tombkeeper Village will be relocated to the Barren State. You expect this matter to be so easily settled just because you say Tombkeeper Village will join the Barren State? Zhouya remarked icily. Yi Futian cast an indifferent look at Zhouya and said, when I, the Palace Lord, speak with the Great Zhou Sacred King, there is no place for you to comment. Zhouya's expression stiffened and he regarded Yi Futian with a steely glare. When he had challenged Yi Futian, he'd simply been dismissed due to his inferior rank. Now, Yi Futian once again arrogantly referred to himself as a palace lord. Did he really believe that just because the Barren State now had saints, his position would be equal to theirs? Or that he could further compare himself to the Great Zhou Sacred King? At that moment another figure walked to Yi Futian's side, and all eyes turned to the new arrival. It was Yang Xiao, the strong sage cultivator of sage and saint ranking. A disciple does not speak of his master's faults. However, my master, the chess saint, lost his humanity and sacrificed the lives of my wife and brothers to save himself. My wife and younger brothers, as well as other cultivators from Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou dynasty, died because of him. He was not fit to be a saint, and his death meant nothing. What Palace Lord Yi did was righteous. I believe that even if Palace Lord Yi had not taken action, Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred King would have put an end to the chess saint. If the Great Zhou Sacred King would like to pursue the person responsible, it should be the chess saint. Yang Xiao continued, from today on I Yang Xiao wish to cultivate at the Holy Ji Palace at the Barren State. If Emperor Xia does not understand, I will follow Palace Lord Yi to testify about what happened. Everyone who entered the Nether Sword Mound from the 9 states also witnessed what happened with their own eyes. Yang Xiao's voice was stern and emotionless, and as he spoke he cast a cold glance at Lu Zong, who stood amongst the crowd. Yang Xiao did not blame anyone except the chess saint, and it was clear to all who watched that if Great Zhou Sacred King wished to use the chess saint's death as an excuse to detain Yi Futian, it was unlikely to work. Yang Xiao would also join the Holy Ji Palace. Many watched in awe. After this, the power of the Barren State would increase greatly with the addition of saints, the powerful disciples of Tombkeeper Village, and cultivators such as Yang Xiao from the sage and saint ranking. No one from the Barren State nor Tombkeeper Village wished harm upon anyone from the Great Zhou dynasty. The deaths of those from the Great Zhou dynasty were caused by chess saint. If Great Zhou Sacred King wants to trace culpability in the matter, perhaps speaking to Lu Zong of the Xihua Sacred Mountain would be a good start. He was the one who advised we help rescue the chess saint, Yi Futian remarked without care. He then looked at those from the other holy lands. All of you are from the holy lands of the 9 states, and many of you are highly regarded elders. Have I made any false statements? The onlooker's eyes flickered. When Yi Futian activated the Nether Sword Matrix, he hadn't just possessed the power to kill the chess saint. Yi Futian could have killed everyone around him in the process. People of Xihua Sacred Mountain and people of the Great Zhou dynasty had all been possible targets, but Yi Futian had not attacked them. He must have known that if he did that it would have been an excuse for all the Holy Lands to oppose him. Palace Lord, Yi spoke the truth. I can testify, someone from Jixia Holy Palace in Qi State said. Yi Futian looked at the speaker and saw that it was Zhuge Yi, the cultivator who participated in 9 States Forum last year as the second runner-up. It is true. Seeing that Zhuge Yi had spoken, other strong cultivators of the Jixia Holy Palace also agreed. The deaths of the people of the Great Zhou dynasty really weren't on account of Palace Lord Ye's action. Emperor Xia should send someone to investigate the matter. At this point, those from the Xia clan also spoke up. The people of Xia clan have spoken, many secretly thought. In the 9 states, the Xia clan held a special place. Since they had spoken on the topic now, it was likely that the Great Zhou Sacred King would have no more excuses to deal with Yi Futian. That sword and that girl caused most of the deaths during the battle. Great Zhou Sacred King still refused to relent. Yi Futian looked indifferently toward the others, closed his eyes and moved his mind. In an instant, a magnificent sword will was transmitted through the void of the faraway distance. Many people looked towards the sword will and their hearts trembled fiercely. This is the spirit of the divine sword. Soon an enormous sword had traversed the void, hurtling towards the earth with unbelievable speed. It fell straight down, causing many to quickly move out of its way before the sword landed directly in front of Yi Futian. Saint Elder. Yi Futian looked at the old village chief next to him. The old village chief levitated with both hands on the giant sword, and in an instant, there was a terrible holy authority that circled around his body. Invisible sword will instantly swept across heaven and the earth, and a sword diagram appeared to abruptly cover this vast space. If you want to know all of it, I will tell you. This sword was formed by my brother, and he was in charge of the sword matrix in the nether sword mound. Yaya is the sword spirit nurtured out of the nether sword matrix. They appeared together, and along with Yi Futian, were able to activate the nether sword. The people of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty trespassed into the restricted area, and now blame the sword? What a joke. The voice of the village chief could be heard clearly by everyone, and suddenly everything seemed to be clear. So this was how it was. The Sword Saint of the Void placed the nether sword matrix here, seeking an heir, with Tombkeeper village tasked to guard it. Yi Futian was the successor. So, is the Sacred King satisfied now? Yi Futian said while looking at the Great Zhou Sacred King. The eyes of Great Zhou Sacred King glanced coldly at him. He then turned his eyes to the village chief again. When the village chief held the sword, it felt stronger. The sword was morphed by another sword slave, and both of them had been followers of the Sword Saint of the Void. Now that they were one again, the atmosphere became increasingly intense. With a frigid snort, Great Zhou Sacred King abruptly turned and said, "Let's go." As soon as he finished and turned to leave, the people of the Great Zhou dynasty all looked icily to Yi Futian, ready to vacate. Unexpectedly, all of this had been just to make Yi Futian look better. "Did I say that you could leave?" Yi Futian suddenly spoke, causing everyone to freeze. The eyes of everyone from the 9 states widened in shock. Today, Great Zhou Sacred King had been domineering and unrelenting in his pursuit of a reason to do away with Yi Futian and his party, attempting to forcibly seize everything that Yi Futian had gained. But everything that had happened afterward made it impossible for him to find an excuse to do so. Furthermore, he undoubtedly felt the authority and pressure that were released when the village chief held the divine sword, yielding in the face of an unwinnable fight. But now Yi Futian dared to try to detain them? Great Zhou Sacred King slowly turned his eyes, and they suddenly burst with incomparably sharp lights. A dreadful pressure of the divine path descended upon Yi Futian, heavy enough to suffocate. "Who do you think you are talking to?" Great Zhou Sacred King spoke with a cold voice, and the people of the Great Zhou dynasty stared at Yi Futian as well. Was he asking for trouble? Although the world of cultivation believes that the fist rules everything, in the end, we still have to be reasonable. Yi Futian looked at Zhou Sacred King, and then his gaze returned to Yaya and the 2 corpses on the ground. Did the Sacred King forget to give an account for the deaths of these 2? Everyone looked at Yi Futian. Could this man want Great Zhou Sacred King to give him an answer? The look of many present reflected surprise. He was right that in the world of cultivators, the fist was greater than anything else, including reason. What kind of figure was Great Zhou's sacred king that he needed to give an account for ordering the execution of 2 civilians? What kind of account do you want? Great Zhou's sacred king stared tightly and emotionlessly at Yi Futian. It's a pity that I can't kill the Great Zhou sacred king, and am not qualified to ask the sacred king to repay this with blood, Yi Futian calmly stated, and the hearts of many trembled. Yi Futian dared to say that he wanted to kill the Great Zhou sacred king. This was madness like none other. On the other hand, everyone also knew that Great Zhou's sacred king would like to have Yi Futian's life if he could. But the killers will have to leave their lives here, Yi Futian slowly said, and a flash crossed the eyes of the 2 cultivators of the Great Zhou dynasty, their eyes sharp with concern. They had carried out the execution, and now Yi Futian wanted their lives in return? How dare you? Great Zhou's sacred king questioned, eyes fixed on Yi Futian. To execute the people of the Great Zhou dynasty in front of him? Saint Elder, if I died at the hands of the sacred king, would you end the lives of all who are present from the Great Zhou dynasty? Yi Futian asked. Yes, the village chief responded indifferently. Very well. Yi Futian nodded calmly. People of all the holy lands of the 9 states shall bear witness today. Those who kill shall in turn be killed. Execute. As his voice fell, incomparably radiant streams of light rained down from within the sword diagram, too fast to react to. 2 loud crunches were heard, and in the direction of the Great Zhou dynasty, the bodies of the 2 strong cultivators were torn to pieces. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.